We'll get started. I
On.
don't think the microphones are on.
The mic's,
All
there
right.
we go.
There we are. I'd like to call to order this regular meeting of the Lincoln Lancaster County Planning Commission of November 9th, 2016. A printed agenda is available outside the hearing room, and a copy of the full agenda, including staff reports, is available at the front of the chambers with the clerk. The Open Meetings Act is posted just inside the doors at the back of the room. If you parked in the parking garage across the street to the north, the gate is open and no parking coupons are necessary. Out of courtesy for those attending this meeting, commissioners and staff, cellular phone usage is not permitted in these chambers during any portion of this meeting. We appreciate your cooperation. The Planning Commission action today is final on all the following items. Number 1.3, special permit number 463A. Number 1.4, county special permit number 16049. Number 4.2, special permit 384H. And number 5.2C, use permit number 16009. Any aggrieved person may appeal final action of the Planning Commission to the City Council or County Board by filing a notice of appeal with the respective clerk. Appeals to the City Council must be made within 14 days of the Planning Commission's action, and appeals to the County Board must be made within 7 days of the Planning Commission's action. The Planning Commission action on all other items is a recommendation to the City Council or the County Board. First item of business is the approval of the minutes of the regular meeting held October 28th, 2016. May I have a motion? Anyone?
Second. Dennis.
Please call the vote.
Core. Harris.
Yes.
Lust.
Yes.
Shear.
Yes.
Hove.
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0.
The next item of business is the consent agenda. Items on the consent agenda will be called at the same time and will not be scheduled for a separate public hearing unless there's a request from someone wishing to speak or at the request of a commission member. I'll ask Jerry to read all the consent agenda items into the record. Once those items are read, she will ask if there's anyone wishing to speak. If you wish to speak on an item on the consent agenda, we would ask that you stand, state that item. That item will then be removed from the consent agenda and scheduled as a separate public hearing under Section 3 of today's agenda. All items remaining on the consent agenda will be voted upon in total with a motion for approval. Jerry, will you please call the items on the consent agenda?
Yes, prior to calling the consent agenda, please note that we've received a written request on behalf of the applicant for a 3-week deferral on item 1.4 on today's consent agenda. This is county special permit number 16049 for a county AG agricultural district community unit plan consisting of 85.13 acres more or less, with 5 single-family acreage lots containing a minimum of 3 acres with a waiver request for block length requirements to Chapter 4, Section 4.07 of the Lancaster County Land Subdivision Regulations on property generally located at Northwest 12th Street and West Mill Road. And this would delay public hearing and action on this item to the November 30th Planning Commission meeting.
I'd entertain a motion for deferral on that one item.
Move deferral.
Second.
Thank you. Jerry, please call the vote.
Core.
Yes.
Harris.
Yes.
Lust.
Yes.
Shear.
Yes.
Hove.
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0.
Is there anyone here wishing to speak on special permit number 16049 today rather than waiting until November 30th? I see.
Oh, there's a hand.
Oh. Thanks.
Thanks for the opportunity. We didn't know that it was going to get deferred. So my name's Kristen Hasbrook, and I live about a quarter mile from the property,
Can you give us your address, please?
2192 West Mill Road. So it's about a quarter mile from the zoned property that's looking to be rezoned. And I just have some written comments, but I can share them briefly too, actually in opposition of the special permit. My husband and I have a small livestock operation, and when we moved out there about 5 years ago, we were strategically looking for a place where we were far enough but close enough with opportunities to grow. And so it's really kind of concerning for us that adding more houses in that such a condensed area would really limit our ability to grow and expand our ag operation, especially in a traditionally ag zoned area of the county, which is something that I know is supposed to be a priority for the county to maintain those areas. So as a young family looking to grow our sheep operation that we have out there, it's just kind of worrisome of bringing lots of people out there who aren't as familiar with agriculture and might not understand why livestock smell or why there's odd dust clouds at certain times, that aren't a major issue, but they're natural for agriculture. The other concern that I wanted to bring up was that 1 mile section of road actually has approximately 6 hills on it that are quite steep in grade. I don't know if there's maps or things that you guys have been provided, but there's quite a few hills and they're quite very steep. And so one of my concerns as a parent of young children is adding, conservatively maybe 10 additional vehicles or more traveling that road every day is just really concerning with the steepness and grade of all those hills on that road. So, because there's really, it's just that 1 mile section, and they're all going to be going to Northwest 27th or Northwest 14th, and that's just a really hilly area. And so that's something that I hope the commission would take into consideration. So I have my written comments. You can keep them. Feel free to reach out to me if you need anything, but I really appreciate the opportunity to talk today since I came down. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I
Question?
have you, so I understand that part of the reason why it was deferred is that they're kind of changing the layout of their plan. Have you had a chance to view that?
No, I've only seen what was posted as of, earlier last week or whatever online.
Would the placement of the lots make a difference?
I think the concern for my husband and I is that when we look at opportunities for our business and the surrounding areas, to that direction, to the sort of the north and the east, we worked really hard to develop good relationships with our neighbors and to create some opportunities for ourselves in the future. And so really, truly, it could end up being, I should have drawn a map. We'd be much, much closer to a lot more condensed housing with some of the opportunities that we might look to take advantage of with our neighbors in the long term to the north of us. And so that's just really concerning if neighbors don't understand and they're right there, and it's just difficult to sort of live right on top of a mini subdivision when you're zoned ag. Our property is zoned ag, and the bulk of our surrounding neighbors are zoned ag, and so I don't know that it would assuage my fears, just knowing that we're looking to grow and that the housing would just be right there.
Sure.
So
Thank you.
Janelle, did you have a question?
Yeah, are you, assuming that what Commissioner Corr said is correct, that the applicant is reconfiguring the property a little bit, are you willing to meet with the applicant and look at the new configuration?
absolutely, I'd be happy
Okay.
to look at whatever. It was just a big concern for us being in the ag area.
Okay,
So
thank you.
Thank you.
thanks.
Is there anyone else here wishing to speak on special permit number 16049? Please come forward.
Hello, I'm Bob Hackbarth, and I live at 2022 West Mill Road, Raymond. And first of all, if I speak now, may I still speak at the future meeting?
Actually,
Yep.
no.
I may not?
With new information.
With new information, but you
Yes, all
can't
I-
reiterate what
All I
you've already
want
said.
to say today is what Kristen presented, just a clarification point, and I would still like to be able to do my presentation at the deferred meeting, if that's okay,
Sure.
if you're fine with that.
Yep.
Kristen and her husband Ryan live directly west of us, and they live on 20-plus acres, and we live directly west of the proposed special permit property. So, and we have been in preliminary talks prior to all of this coming of them leasing or renting our farm ground or a portion of it to expand their sheep operation. So, I mean, that is not something that Kristen just brought up, you know, at random. We have had those discussions before when they've been over at our house or we've been over at theirs. So, yeah, they have quite the sheep operation and they're great neighbors. But we have had those discussions before. We were previously raising and boarding horses, and we've kind of gotten away from that now. So we're looking at other viable ag options for our property. We don't want it to just go to weeds. So with Kristen and Ryan, that was one of the first opportunities that I approached for possible using our land or portions of it. So
Okay,
that's all I have.
thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here wishing to speak on special permit number 16049? Okay, Jerry, please proceed with calling the remaining consent agenda.
Okay, item 1.1 is text amendment number 16011, amending section 1267, or 27.670.066 of the Lincoln Municipal Code relating to special conditions, H3 zoning district A, to include contractor services in the list of uses with special parking conditions and update the names of several other uses to be consistent with section 27.06, and repealing section 26 or 27.67.066 of the Lincoln Municipal Code as hitherto existing. Item 1.2 is county text amendment number 16012, amending Article 2 and 17 of Lancaster County zoning regulations by amending Article 2.057 definitions and 17.005 additional height and area regulations for accessory buildings. The last item is item 1.3, special permit number 463A for a veterinary facility on property generally located at 2000 North 112th Street. This would be final action on special permit 463A unless appealed to the city clerk within 14 days of the planning commission's approval. Are there any ex parte communications to be disclosed on these applications?
I see none.
Is there anyone here wishing to speak on any of these consent agenda items? If so, please stand and state that item.
I'd entertain a motion.
Move approval?
Second, Core?
Jerry, please call the vote.
Core,
Yes.
Harris,
Yes.
Lust,
Yes.
Shear,
Yes.
Hove.
Yes.
Motion carried, 5-0.
Next, I will ask Jerry to call any additional requests for deferral received prior to this meeting.
Okay, we have received a written request on behalf of the applicant for a 3-week deferral of item 5.1, change of zone number 16023 from AG Agricultural District to H3 Highway Commercial District on approximately 2.62 acres, more or less, on property generally located at 6625 Northwest 48th Street. This would delay public hearing and action on this item before Planning Commission to the November 30th meeting.
Entertain a motion.
Move approval, Core? Oh,
Second.
I'm sorry, move for deferral, Core?
Thank you.
Second, Harris.
Jerry, please call the vote.
Core,
Yes.
Harris,
Yes.
Lust,
Yes.
Shear,
Yes.
Hove.
Yes.
Motion carried, 5-0.
Is there anyone here wishing to speak on change of zone number 16023 today rather than waiting until November 30th? Appears not. We will now proceed to public hearings. The staff will make a brief presentation. The applicant will then be requested to present his or her testimony, followed by those who wish to testify in support, followed by those who wish to testify in opposition. The staff will then be given an opportunity to respond to testimony, and the applicant shall then have an opportunity for rebuttal. Each person testifying should state their name and address and shall have 5 minutes to speak unless additional time is requested and granted. The timer will go off after 4 minutes, then you will have 1 minute to wrap up your testimony. The Planning Commission will vote immediately at the close of the public hearing unless the Commission votes to defer action or continue the public hearing. Jerry, please call the first public hearing item.
Okay, we have 2 associated items 4.1A is Comprehensive Plan Amendment Number 16001 to amend Chapter 5 of the 2040 Lincoln Lancaster County Comprehensive Plan to remove the reference to Lincoln's theater policy. Staff recommendation is for denial. The next item is item 4.1B, text amendment number 16006, amending the zoning ordinance to allow theaters as a permitted use in the B5 zoning district after January 1st, 2022, and to allow theaters with 250 seats or less as a special permitted use in the B2 and B3 zoning districts. Staff recommendation is for conditional approval. Are there any ex parte communications to be disclosed on these applications?
I see none. Paul?
Good afternoon. Paul Barnes with the Planning Department. As Jerry had stated, we have two applications before you today. One is a comp plan amendment, and the other is a text amendment to a couple sections of the zoning code. Just to kind of summarize that, the comp plan does have text in it that describes a theater policy that has been in some form in the comprehensive plan since 1994. That's carried over and enforced through the zoning code in a couple of sections, mainly in the B5 district today, where you can have a movie theater with 6 screens or less in those B5 regional commercial centers. The proposal is to remove that maximum screen count for those centers, and then to also allow smaller theaters in the B2 and B3 districts. As stated in the application, the intent of these applications is to reduce restrictions that are currently in place on development of theaters in Lincoln. And also to note, there have been 2 previous applications very similar to this that have been brought forward to the Planning Commission. Both of those had failed. One was brought forward in 2005, and another was brought forward in 2013. I'd also like to note that with this bundle of applications, there's not a request to construct a new theater in Lincoln at this time. So we're solely looking at changing text in the comp plan and also changing text in the zoning code. In looking at the comprehensive plan, as I stated, the theater policy has been embedded in there since 1994. In addition to specifically stating this theater policy, the comp plan goes on further to say that downtown Lincoln is a hub for entertainment, and entertainment uses should be expanded and should be located in downtown. Also, downtown is considered the heart of the community and a place that's a destination for people across the community and the county to come to. The theater does support downtown in its entertainment activity and does offer off-night entertainment options. And as noted by Marcus Theaters, there have been 600,000 attendees at the theater in 2015. And we know that there is some sort of spillover effect with having that many number of attendees coming to an entertainment venue in downtown. The policy supports other redevelopment efforts that have been happening in downtown. The Downtown Lincoln Association recently released their decade report and noted that over $1.3 billion has been invested in the last 10 years in downtown. And a theater does continue to support those other efforts and redevelopments that have happened over that time period. As part of our analysis, we worked with a group called Economic and Planning Systems, and they are a consulting firm that specializes, among other things, in doing market studies for movie theaters. I'd just like to note a couple of the key findings that they found in their report, which was provided to the Commission and others as part of this packet. Their findings state that Lincoln is currently adequately served by movie screens. We do fall under the rule of thumb where we have just under 1 screen per 10,000 residents. Most of the cinemas that are located in Lincoln are well amenitized, meaning that they have modern amenities, they have the large format screens, the reclining seats, and this is due to the ongoing investment by the operator. Attendance has improved at the theaters from 2013. It was greater than the 2009 attendance, and those levels have increased, and the numbers have increased in 2015. Also, the per capita movie attendance in Lincoln is higher than the North American average, meaning that on average, more people are buying more tickets than on that North American average. So those are some key findings that were included in that report. Kind of a secondary impact of this theater policy, again, which states we have a larger theater in downtown, supporting that entertainment district concept, is that we also have these neighborhood theaters that are located outside of downtown. So there are 3 other theaters with 6 screens. Those are located at East Park, Edgewood, and South Point. We do know that through this analysis and with our consultants that a new multiplex facility somewhere in Lincoln would have an impact on at least 1 or 2 of those 6 screen theaters, likely closing them, but it would also have an impact on the downtown theater. They go on to state in the report and do an analysis of what's called a utilization rate, and the current state of utilization of the theaters in Lincoln is about 15%, which is a healthy number. If we were to look at the scenario of adding a multiplex theater, under the analysis, that could drop to about 11 or 12% and would likely close some of those other theaters and would definitely have an impact on the downtown theater. The analysis by EPS also states that the movie theater itself is becoming increasingly competitive, that there are other ways to view these movie products. You have personal devices, you have on-demand, you have home theaters, and so these local facilities are in competition with those other ways of viewing the product, and so they have to keep current and updated in terms of that competition. I just wanted to touch on a couple of the other points in the analysis having to do with the current operator. Since they do own all of the first-run movie theaters in Lincoln, we asked the consultants to look at the case and do an analysis if they're operating in a monopolistic manner. And to that response, the majority of movie theaters have been upgraded, and there is investment going into those theaters, and we believe a lot of that is in response to the competition. The premium large format screens, or the PLF screens, comprise 16% of the screens in Lincoln, and the average across North America is 1% to 2%. So we are much higher in the PLF screen count. And then lastly, the ticket prices were compared to other cities of comparable size and demographic, and we found that although the ticket prices in Lincoln are slightly higher, they are still within acceptable range. However, that analysis didn't take into account the discount nights on Tuesdays and Thursdays. So it doesn't appear that the current operator is operating in a monopolistic manner. I'd also like to note that a new operator does have an opportunity to come to Lincoln, that the B4 downtown district does not have a limitation on the number of theaters or the number of screens, and that there are still some other areas in Lincoln that are zoned B5 where through redevelopment or other means a theater willing to come to the market could make a proposal. I'll switch over and mention the B2 and B3 pieces of the proposal. Staff does support allowing the smaller theaters in those 2 districts, with the exception of making a modification to one of the conditions proposed with that amendment. That text, which is outlined in your staff report, would be more consistent with other special permits and use permits in allowing the Planning Commission and others to address site-specific items such as parking, screening, those types of things that you would find through a site plan review or other. So, as stated in the report, it is good to review these policies and take a periodic look at how the community is changing, how the demographics are changing, as well as the movie industry. In consideration of that, the EPS report has done that and has said that we do have a healthy market in Lincoln for movie theaters. So we've been informed by our consultants and others that there are a lot of other barriers to entry to bringing a theater to Lincoln. Those would be land costs, those would be the fixtures associated with the theater, as well as all of the equipment and the digital amenities that would come with that. It's not a barrier because of the zoning ordinance itself. So given this and the lack of having a proposal to accompany this, we are recommending to deny the comp plan amendment and the B5 portion of the text amendment.
Questions for Paul?
I don't have a question, but Jerry, I need to let you know that I did attend a meeting, the Mayor's Roundtable meeting, where Paul presented this, and I cannot find what month that was.
Okay, I've noted it.
So Paul, it's a conditional approval, but the sunsetting of the theater policy is something you're not in favor of.
The staff report and staff recommendation is not in support of changing anything with the B5 piece.
It's just simply
The B2 and B3 allowance for theaters is a special permitted use with the conditions stated and with our recommendation is supported.
Okay, thank you. Maya?
When you say that Marcus Theaters isn't operating in a monopolistic manner, could you define what you mean by monopolistic?
Sure. I think that this was first in response to part of the proposal coming forward to begin with, that we do have one operator running all of the theaters in Lincoln. So as part of the analysis, we wanted to really dig into that and see if, are they taking advantage of this? Is Lincoln underserved in any of the amenities? Are we being price gouged with the tickets? How is the attendance being impacted by this? So that's really kind of what we were shooting for with that. We found that that's not the case with the data that was provided.
And then, so the market study suggested that opening or getting rid of the theater policy would likely have an effect on either the neighborhood theaters or the downtown theater. Do you care to speculate what the effect might be on downtown business and the other entertainment venues like restaurants, bars, and the like?
I've learned a lot about movie theaters, but I wouldn't call myself an expert, so I'm not going to speculate too much on that. But I would say that there are studies that have been done, and they are referenced in the report, not specifically in Lincoln, but in terms of the economic spillover of movie theaters. And it's expected that people would grab dinner or a drink before or after a movie. And so there is that impact that 600,000 attendees coming downtown bring to that district.
And then lastly, you outlined a little bit in the staff report, if we were to vote against the denial, you had some suggestions for conditions that would be attached to that. Would you mind going through those?
And I'll preface that by saying that that would be a consideration, but not the primary recommendation of staff.
Okay.
And this would be on page 9 of the staff report. Under this scenario, theaters would remain as a special permitted use in the B5 district. However, all of the current conditions under that special permit, including the maximum number of 6 screens, would be removed. But in its place, there would be a note that would continue to require a market study be completed for any new or expanded theater and reference the criteria for that market study.
Thanks.
Other questions for Paul? You just would need a market study. You wouldn't need certain criteria to be covered. You wouldn't have stipulations in that market study, or would you?
The requirement for a market study is currently in place, so
Okay.
that wouldn't change. And that design standard is where it's found, does lay out what that market study should be looking at.
Okay, great. Other questions? Thank you. Applicant?
Members of the Planning Commission, my name is Tim C. I am an Assistant City Attorney for the City of Lincoln. I appear before you today on behalf of Councilman Christensen, who brings this proposal to you. Let me put this a little bit of a caveat out there. Paul is correct. This is not about an individual theater that wants to come to Lincoln. This is a policy discussion, a much more general discussion, somewhat of a philosophical discussion even. Paul did a nice job of explaining what the provisions would be with respect to the new zoning code and the deletion of the references to the theater policy within the comp plan. And Councilman Christensen, I think, would share with you a number of rationale for why he proposes this change to the zoning code as well as the comp plan. One of them, and I think the primary one, is simply to allow the market to operate in the city of Lincoln. The current zoning ordinance and the references in the comp plan are a significant barrier to anyone who wants to come in and open a new theater concept in Lincoln. By opening the market, by removing these restrictions, we invite people to come in with new ideas, with new innovations in terms of how movies are delivered to the consumer. I don't know what those are. I don't think Councilman Christensen would say that he knows what they are, but I think that's the point. Nobody knows what the next idea is, but right now, is Lincoln open to that idea, or is it closed to that idea? That, I think, is a philosophical conversation that's going to have to take place as part of this entire conversation. The second thing I think that he would say is that the policy of protecting the downtown theater and the downtown as the entertainment hub of the city has worked. You can look around the downtown and see a significant amount of investment taking place there. You see new entertainment venues, certainly different than it was in 1984 when this policy was first put into the code, and even 1994 when the policy was put into the comp plan. I think that Councilman Christensen would suggest that perhaps it's time to let the downtown stand on its own two legs a little bit. It's been given protection for as much as 32 years, and perhaps it's time to remove the restrictions that are in place and allow people to put new ideas out there, put new innovations out there, put new concepts that none of us in this room have even thought about on the market for the people of Lincoln. What I think he would say this is not an indictment of the current theater operator in Lincoln. I think the existing theaters do a fine job. I think he would tell you that the study that was commissioned by the planning department would confirm that, but that doesn't mean that there's not someone else out there that hasn't thought of some way that they want to come to Lincoln and make a significant investment in our city. And the fact of the matter is, they're going to have to come into an environment with an existing operator that has an established clientele, the infrastructure already in place to operate their business. Paul, I think, was absolutely correct in saying that there are significant barriers to a new theater operator coming to the city of Lincoln and constructing a new theater. And those go above and beyond anything in this zoning code. So if those are true, if that's true that simply the market conditions would make it difficult for anyone to come in and establish a new theater in Lincoln, then why, I think Councilman Christensen would ask, do we need a zoning code ordinances that essentially prohibit it? Again, the final thing I think I would say on behalf of Councilman Christensen is that he would recognize the current theater operator has made significant investments in Lincoln, has made investments to improve the existing facilities, and that I think is reflected in the fact that the proposal before you doesn't actually go into effect until 2022. So if it's true that business likes to operate in a predictable environment, they're given a 5-year window here to say the rules don't change for 5 more years. And at that point in time, then then there's going to be a new environment in which you're going to operate. So that is that's the B5, I guess the biggest part of this is that. With respect to the B2 and the B3, I think it's just a recognition that there are different theater concepts out there. We have redevelopment happening within the B2 or within B3 districts across the city. We have new neighborhood commercial areas establishing in different parts of the city. And if somebody wants to open a movie theater in one of those locations, maybe that should be opened up to them. And so with that, I would answer any questions you might have as best as I can.
Questions for Tim?
Tim, you'd agree that any movie theater company, though, has the option of competing in the downtown area?
They certainly do.
Other questions? I guess that's it.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone here wishing to testify in support of this item? Is there anyone here wishing to testify in opposition to this item? Please come forward.
Good afternoon. I'm Tim O'Neill, 800 Lincoln Square, 121 South 13th Street, and I represent the Marcus Corporation. Marcus Corporation opposes any changes to the theater policy, and we're neutral on the addition of adding small theaters in B2 and 3. It's just a neutral position. I think the theater policy has worked in Lincoln. It is a policy. It's a unique approach to the city, which I think is refreshing and nice to have local neighborhood theaters and also have a downtown presence. It brings over 600,000 people downtown a year, and that supports a lot of businesses on the side. I probably work 70 to 80% of my time in the restaurant world, and I can tell you that's a fragile business downtown just because of the nature of when people are here. And we've seen businesses like Applebee's and Flatwater and Good Sense leave downtown. That's how fragile it is. And if we take another element out of downtown that will bring businesses or people down to visit those businesses, I think it really will have an impact greater than just on Marcus. The other thing is Marcus brings a unique presence by having the theater policy. You're constantly bringing people down 365 days a year, not just football Saturdays, just not basketball events, not concerts. It's a constant presence, and that's really critical to the businesses around this area. I believe Marcus has been consistent and responsible with respect to this policy. They've invested multi-million dollars in the downtown theater. They've just renovated East Park, which was desperately needed. South Point is terrific looking. And this will affect what they do with the other neighborhood and what they do with downtown. I mean, this policy gives an element of predictability. And 5 years, while that sounds like a lot, if you're going to spend a lot of $1 million, whatever number that is, doing downtown or doing Edgewood, 5 years to get your money back is not a long time in the theater world or any other investment. If you're going to build a new building and you say you got to get it all back in 5 years, probably not going to build it. But it will have an impact. It will have a game changer as how Lincoln has theaters. If you open this up, we can turn into every other town that has the 2 big megaplexes, and that's it. And downtown won't have one because people aren't going to come downtown. They just aren't. Nobody wants to drive all the way downtown, fight the parking. They're going to go to the easiest place they can go to the easiest parking lot, and downtown's going to suffer. And maybe that's a policy change that the city wants. I don't think so, and I think most businesses would agree with me. And I think the fact that nobody is here to support this on a business standpoint tells you something. And it will have a negative impact on a lot of things. Mark Grams is here. He's the executive vice president of Marcus, and he can add some more details at the theater level than I can add. I'd be happy to ask any questions.
Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tim. My name is Mark Grams. I'm Executive Vice President for Marcus Theaters, and I've been in the movie theater business now for 45 years. So much of what I'm going to talk about is my representation of Marcus is going to be my expertise as 45 years in this business. What you have here in the city of Lincoln is, in a downtown major theater like this, is a very rare, a very precious, a very special thing. You're getting 600,000 people coming downtown on weekends, on weekdays, throughout the year. they're doing shopping, they're going to restaurants, they're getting familiar with downtown, if nothing else. That's an important thing, and it's a very rare thing. In communities the size of Lincoln, I don't see downtown theaters in very many places. So this is very special here. We also have 3 smaller community theaters. I think they're very effective. We spent a lot of money on East Park and South Point recently. They're doing well. They serve their communities well. They're smaller, I agree, but they still serve those communities well, and they're very popular. I am ready to invest more money in downtown Lincoln, but I'd like to see, some better predictability than the 5-year window that Alderman Christensen is suggesting. And we're ready to start spending as soon as the first of the calendar year comes. Because we need to keep improving, because our competitor isn't another theater operator. It's any other leisure activity that people have the opportunity to take on. And so we want to keep investing and keep operating in the best fashion as if we have competition, which I feel we do every single day. I also like to point out from my experience, as Tim said, and I don't want to be too repetitious, but should this change, downtown will struggle. People want line of sight to their car when they leave the movie theater. It's frequently a nighttime business. And so downtown is a barrier in that regard for many people. And so what will happen is 2 major theaters, 12 to 16 screens, will get built in retail districts with stores like a Home Depot or Macy's or Kohl's, and they'll get built in 2 different areas of town, and downtown will struggle. And 1 or more of the smaller sixplexes that currently exist will suffer and close as well. People like the habit. They want to be able to go to the same theater, week after week to see the given attractions of that week. And unfortunate with the 6-screen theaters is we can't always play every attraction on 6 screens. So we've had to make compromises, and we've had to play 2 out of 3 from time to time, either Edgewood and East Park, or Edgewood and South Point, or South Point and East Park. And so that lack of consistency makes those theaters a little less popular. But we've been able to work with that, and the major theater downtown is still the major theater of the area, and the most popular theater of the area. And as I said, as has been stated, it draws 600,000 people a year. That's a lot of customers coming downtown, and a lot of customers making other visits to downtown while they're there. So with that, I'm finished. I will work with whatever the commission decides to do. But we've been responsible, we've been competitive, we offer discount days, and we try to work hard with the environment as it is, and what you have here is very special.
Questions?
Thank you.
I have one quick question.
Sure.
As you guys are expanding your food and drink
Yep.
operations at the theaters, do you view that to be in competition with the people that want to come down, eat at a restaurant, and then go?
We're just looking to leverage our attendance. We know we have very popular movies we're playing. We're trying to increase our sales for people that come down. So it's okay. How do we expand our business? And we expand it by increasing the offerings. That's one piece of it. The other piece of it is our crowd is getting older. Our audience is not 17 to 24 anymore. Our main audience is actually more like 40 and up. And those people have a different taste. And they want to see different food items, and they want to see different beverage items. And those theaters where we put those in are much more popular from an attendance point of view because of those offerings.
Others? What other communities have a protective theater policy like this?
To be frank with you, I know of no others, but this is a very special situation, and we bought into it, inherited it. We didn't create it, and frankly, it's worked well for Lincoln, and I have to applaud you people on doing what you did to try to to keep downtown vibrant, to keep downtown active, and to keep traffic and people coming downtown. So very well done.
Is that it? Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir, could I get your address, please?
Sure. My business address is 100 East Wisconsin Avenue, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, 53202.
Thank you.
Is there, oh,
Good afternoon, Chairman Hove and Commissioners. I'm Terry Ulam of the Downtown Lincoln Association. Address is 206 South 13th. I have a short prepared statement from DLA. The Downtown Lincoln Association wishes to express support for maintaining the current theater policy as outlined in the comprehensive plan. Since 1984, the comprehensive plan has identified an entertainment district in downtown, and subsequent updates of the plan and zoning ordinances reaffirmed the desirability of focusing efforts to maintain such a district in downtown. We would oppose the change with the exception of the suggested change to the B2 and the B3 district zoning to allow for smaller niche theaters, the specialty and art theaters that Paul talked about. When the opportunity presented itself in 2004, DLA and its board of directors supported a concerted effort to establish and support the Grand Theater's presence in downtown, or the construction of the Grand Theater at that time. The current theater policy was absolutely critical to the development and the success of the Grand. Since the establishment of the Grand by then owner Douglas Theaters, the Grand Theater has been an especially important asset to downtown Lincoln for all the reasons we've talked about today. As a downtown entertainment focus, the Grand attracts almost 600,000 people a year, and countless other businesses in the downtown core benefit from the consistent influx of patrons. The Grand generates activity and provides entertainment options for all ages and groups and families 7 days a week in comparison to the more periodic schedules of other venues downtown. For all these reasons, DLA has historically seen the Grand as one of the absolute keystones to the overall health of downtown. Many strides toward a healthy downtown have been taken since the policy was enacted, but changes to the current theater policy do create a potential for harm. The current theater policy supports downtown without a negative effect on the rest of the Lincoln community. The recent theater market analysis produced by Economic and Planning Systems indicates in its key study findings that the continued investments by Marcus in its theaters and products. The study findings point to a healthy saturation of the number of screens for the Lincoln community, and population projections do not indicate support for a significant increase in that number. According to the study, the existing city regulations related to cinema supply help preserve and reinforce the current market structure of a large downtown theater supported by smaller neighborhood-serving facilities. The report makes no indication that the Lincoln community is disadvantaged by the current policy. To reiterate our position, the Downtown Lincoln Association Board of Directors voted unanimously at the October 25th board meeting to support the theater policy as currently expressed. I would respond to one comment that Tim made, which is understandable, which is maybe downtown is so successful now that we don't need a policy like this. I would disagree with that strongly. We do have a different downtown than we had in 2004, that's for sure. But at DLA, we tend to look at the sectors of downtown. So West Haymarket is far away from what we would think of as the P&Q Street corridor, that this is a generator for all the reasons that Mark talked about and Paul talked about. It's important into the core. You don't want to have a very active western edge and and eventually a very active eastern edge with the Telegraph District, and not maintain a policy in the central core that's been successful up to now. So for that reason, even though I understand that kind of comment, we disagree with it strongly. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions I could.
Mr. Yulin? That's it? Thank
Thanks.
you. Is there anyone else here wishing to testify in opposition to this item? And keep in mind both applications are being discussed together, so it's one or the other. Anyone else? Do we have questions for staff?
Yeah, I have some clarification things.
Sure.
I'm a little confused, Paul. I understand about 4.1A, but 4.1B, so really I'm seeing this as two parts. There's the B5 part, and then there's the B2 and the B3 part. So I'm just having problems separating this in my mind, because from my understanding, staff isn't necessarily supporting the B5 change, but they are supporting the B2 and the B3 change.
With the condition of replacing text as stated. That is correct.
So, okay,
So overall, any changes to the B5 district to allow 18 screen theaters is not supported. Keep it as is, with no changes. But with B2 and B3, add those into that section that they could have a small theater as a special permitted use in those districts, and then replace that text as stated in the report, having to do with site-specific issues, height setbacks, things like that.
so we would have to amend the proposal if we wanted to follow staff recommendations for 4.1B.
Well, the staff proposal and recommendation is, yes, it's different than the applicant, so it would be a change.
Okay.
And what specifically did you not like about the original language? You said something about making it more consistent with how other ordinances read.
So for the B2 and B3 districts, talks about conditions applicable to those districts under the special permit. Item B was specific to talking about points of ingress and egress, and not much else. So that's an important piece to reviewing that type of a use in those districts. But the text that we propose would also include things like the building height, the building placement, the setbacks, and is language that's more consistent with other special permits and use permits.
And did your language address parking
Yes.
as well? Yeah.
It's, the language is on page 8. It says, "The planning commission shall impose such conditions as are appropriate and necessary to ensure compliance with the comprehensive plan and to protect the health, safety, and general welfare and the issuance of any such special permits. Such conditions may include adjustments to parking, yard, and maximum height restrictions set forth in this chapter."
Other questions for Paul? Thank you.
Okay.
Applicant rebuttal? Any questions for the applicant? Okay, we call these items separately.
Okay, this would be item 4.1A is Comprehensive Plan Amendment Number 16001 to amend Chapter 5 of the 2040 Lincoln Lancaster County Comprehensive Plan to remove the reference to Lincoln's theater policy. Staff recommendation is for denial.
Entertain a motion.
Move denial.
Second, core.
Discussion?
Sure. I think that,
Why don't we talk about everything together, if that's all
Okay.
right?
so
Or-
go ahead and talk
Yeah,
or not?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, no, I mean, go ahead and talk, but let's talk
I'll
holistically on the
talk
whole
whether you
thing.
want me to or not.
I know that.
For the downtown aspect of this plan, I think our city planners had a great vision nearly 30, almost 40 years ago now, to try to maintain a vibrant downtown. And I think we're seeing the results of that. And I agree that that doesn't mean that just West Haymark is going to be great and the Telegraph District is going to be great. We need to have something that is still bringing people downtown outside the normal business hours of when people work downtown. And so I think that this has been a great policy for the city of Lincoln, and I'm almost happy to hear that it's a unique policy, because I think that really just is a testament to the city leaders that we've had here. So I do not support changing the comprehensive plan's references to that theater policy, and I do not support having the policy move to allowing those larger 12 plexes outside of the downtown area.
Other discussion? Dennis?
Yeah, I think that the current theater policy is rightly a good component in the comp plan. I agree with Janelle. I think that it belongs in the comp plan. It shouldn't be changed. It has been unbelievably successful. And I think it's good for us to remind ourselves that this is really about downtown Lincoln. This isn't about any one theater operator or how that's happening. I think the study proves that that's all above board and working well. So in terms of a planning issue, I think this is a good policy that belongs and should remain as is.
Chris?
We've seen a lot of new development kind of on the ends of downtown, specifically the West Haymarket area, and those have been great. But I am concerned about the more traditional part of downtown and keeping that alive and vibrant. And I think that we need to maintain the theater policy as it is to make sure that kind of that core part of downtown doesn't deteriorate and maintains its vibrancy. So I'm gonna deny moving this around.
Maya?
I may be a little bit torn than of previous speakers, but at the same time, I think that, as Mr. Yulin said, we've seen great investment, public and private, in downtown, and downtown has had a strong growth, and I hope that it will remain that way, and I hope that it would be able to stand on its own without these sort of protective measures. But it's still early days for some very major investments that we've made in the downtown area. And I think what we're seeing today is a proposal with no attached development. So we're looking at potential risk with no tangible reward. And so I want to thank Councilman Christensen for bringing this forward. I think we should have this conversation going forward. I'd be open to talking about this, and maybe I would vote differently if I was looking at something bringing real economic benefit to whether it's downtown or another area of Lincoln. But with nothing, with no tangible reward, I don't see the reason to take the risk at this point.
It's a great point.
I'm actually not going to support the motion for denial. I think this is a protective policy. There are no other communities in the country that do this. This would allow for competition, and Lincoln is a growing community, and we have to allow competition to thrive. I appreciate the fact that the downtown has been vibrant, but I think it can be vibrant without this. The fact that there's a sunset in this gives Marcus Theaters the time to pay for their investment, and I appreciate the fact that they've spent so much time and effort and investment in this. But at this point, I'm going to vote against it. Jerry, please call the vote.
Okay, Core?
For the denial.
So if I
This
vote-
is for denial, motion for denial.
Oh, yes, that means it's being, okay, I just want to make sure,
Means no.
yes.
Yes means no.
So yes.
Okay. Harris?
Yes.
Lust?
Yes.
Shear?
Yes.
Hove?
No.
Okay, motion failed due to lack of quorum. 4 to 1 vote. We'll need to carry this over to the next regular meeting for action. Okay. With the closed public hearing, okay.
You want to call the other item?
That should be a motion, right? Yeah, no, I'm just, that's what you're trying to clarify. Yeah, so I would move that we close the public hearing on this item.
Second.
Jerry, please call the vote.
Okay. This is to close the public hearing on item 4.1A, which will be carried over to the November 30th meeting for action only. Okay, Core?
Yes.
Harris?
Yes.
Last?
Yes.
Shear,
Yes.
Hove.
Yes.
Motion carried, 5-0. Okay, next item is item 4.1B, text amendment number 16006, amending the zoning ordinance to allow theaters as a permitted use in the B5 zoning district after January 1st, 2022, and to allow theaters with 250 seats or less as a special permitted use in the B2 and B3 zoning districts. Staff recommendation is for conditional approval.
Entertain a motion.
I move conditional, I move to adopt the recommendations of the staff report, which, as I understand it, is denial of the B5 and approval of the B2 and 3.
With
Is there a
their
second?
change to the language.
Yeah.
Second.
Okay. Other discussion?
Okay, so I want to make sure, because I really still don't understand this one. So, this would mean that everything would operate as is, except that we would allow like small niche operators in B2 and B3.
That's correct.
Yes.
Rick Pavlin, State Law. If you turn to page 46 of your agenda, I think you have a draft amendment that was proposed by Councilman Christensen. And the planning staff recommendation, if you're adopting that, would delete the bottom 2 lines on page 46 talking about the termination date of 2022. So that would remove the B5 restrictions expiring. And then under subparagraph 1B, the planning staff recommendation would be the change of language as shown on page 42 of the staff report for that language regarding the change of ingress and egress type conditions. So 2763-630 would then have the language saying that it's going to be special permit for theaters in the B2, B3, and B5. That's existing for B5. It'd be adding to B2, B3. You've inserted conditions for B2, B3, and the condition on the special permit for the B5 district only strikes the bottom 2 lines which were shown as new language. So B5 doesn't change per se. It's an existing special permit in the B5 today. So.
I think now that we're doing this electronically, we maybe don't have a page
Oh,
46.
you don't have the staff report, okay.
Yes, no, we have the staff report, but my staff
It's in
report is
there.
only 15 pages long.
It's page 45 if you're looking at the whole thing.
I'm not, I'm looking at just
Okay.
that. So is it like the last page?
It's 14 in the report has the
Number
new
14?
language.
Okay, all right.
It'd be like page 11.
Page 11.
And that's the suggested, that's the add. I'm writing it down.
So you've moved for approval subject to the staff recommendations.
Yes, that's,
That's what I've got.
And we have a second from
And
Maya.
I second
And by
that,
Harris.
yeah.
and if that's adopted, the way our office drafts things is that the proposed ordinance would go forward and be drafted for city council introduction as recommended by the planning commission.
Okay. Discussion?
So there's still that sunset in there.
No,
The planning
No.
commission, planning staff report recommends that sunset be deleted entirely so that there is no sunset at all. You go back to the original language.
I just don't like this one.
B5 will stay the same if you adopt the planning commission's planning staff's recommendation for the B5 district. There will be no change to current operations for that.
Okay. Everybody clear? Jerry, please call the vote.
Okay. This is for conditional approval per staff recommendations on item 4.1B, text amendment number 16006. Core,
I'm going to abstain.
Harris,
Yes.
Lust,
yes.
Shear,
Yes.
Hove.
No.
Okay, motion failed due to lack of a quorum. Do we want to make a motion to close the public hearing on this item as well?
Yes, I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
Okay, so this motion is to close the public hearing on item 4.1B, text amendment number 16006, for action only on November 30th.
Can I ask a procedural question? If we can still get legal clarification on what we're voting on and have questions from staff at our next meeting, even if it's closed, just if there is another instance like
I think
this
it's
where-
probably what staff would do, or the law department would, we provide you with two ordinances. One is proposed by Councilman Christensen, and an alternate ordinance proposed by planning staff. And then you could adopt
Okay.
one or the other as a recommendation.
And will the members who are not present here be able to ask
They'll be able to
clarifying
ask
questions just about what they're voting
clarification
on?
questions would be able to be asked, yes.
What
of
they're
staff.
voting on and,
Yes.
okay.
Jerry, please call the vote.
Okay, Core,
Yes.
Harris,
Yes.
Lust,
Yes.
Shear,
Yes.
Ho.
Yes.
Motion carried, 5-0. Okay, the next item is item 4.2, special permit 384H to expand an existing healthcare facility for additional facilities dedicated to skilled nursing and associated parking with an increase in the number of residents allowed with the waiver for stormwater detention on property generally located at 4720 Randolph Street. This is final action on this item unless appealed to the city clerk within 14 days of the planning commission's action. Staff recommendation is for conditional approval. Are there any ex parte communications to be disclosed on this application?
I see none. George?
George Wesselhoff, Planning Department. So where we're at here on the map, where the general location of the Tabitha campus is in the vicinity of Randolph Street and 48th Street. For this special permit, there are actually 4 component areas, which I'll describe and briefly go through the improvements proposed for each of those 4 areas. Area 1 would be located on the south side of Randolph along South 46th Street. And basically for this area, there's a proposed parking lot consisting of 20 stalls, which would be located near the vicinity of Randolph and South 46th Street. Area 2, which is the location for the main facility for Tabitha, there's basically parking proposed, 8 stalls on the west side. So it's a pretty small project area for that location. Area 3, which is located between South 47th and South 48th Streets, includes the locations for the proposed 2 new buildings, which would be 19-bed facilities or up to 19-bed facilities. There would also be a kind of a commons or courtyard area located near these new buildings, as well as 12 proposed on-street parking spaces within the right-of-way of South 47th Street. Area 4 would include 24 parking stalls located to the west of Area 3. And so when we review residential healthcare facilities under Lincoln Municipal Code, there are actually 5 criteria that we look at. The first pertains to parking being in conformance with Chapter 27.67, which in this case, Tabitha not only meets but exceeds the required parking. They have 207 stalls are required. The proposed special permit area includes 397, so they have nearly double the required parking. The second criteria is that residential health care facilities comply with all state statutes, which in this case, Tabitha would be required to comply with applicable state requirements for the state of Nebraska. The third criteria pertains to density for the area in terms of number of residents allowed based on the area for each of the component areas. Now, I would point out there are 2 zoning designations for the Tabitha campus. South of Randolph Street is R4 zoning. The rest of the areas north of Randolph Street are zoned R2. And so for the R2 area, the requirement under code is one person per 2,000 square feet of lot area, whereas for R4, the standard is one person per 1,000 square feet of lot area. And so the proposed special permit is subject to an allowance of 332 residents under the code. 348 residents are requested, which would be a 5% increase above the allowable under code. Which this gets into the fourth criteria. Depending on the character of the development and the impacts on adjacent land uses, the Planning Commission may grant an increase in the number of residents allowed, where the site plan and building plans comply with the barrier-free standards and the design standards adopted by City Council. And so such increase would not be allowed to exceed 50%, but this is obviously well under that. And this would be verified by the Building and Safety Department at the time that the building permit would be submitted for the project. The fifth and final criteria under code that we look at is height and lot requirements for the district as it pertains to the project. In this case, they would meet those. There's no height waiver or height adjustment requested for the project. I would mention that as part of their submittal, Tabitha did include letters, including a letter from the Witherby Neighborhood Association indicating their support for the project, as well as letters from property owners at 401 South 47th and South 48th Streets, in which they indicate they have no objections to the plan as well. Finally, I would mention that the special permit area is subject to the architecture neighborhood design standards. And so this would be reviewed as part of the building permit for the project. So I can answer any questions you may have of staff at this time.
Question for George?
I got a couple. I just want to make sure that I'm understanding the barrier-free standards. Does that just have to do with like ADA requirements?
Yes, generally that pertains to ADA.
Okay, and then I know it says it's going to involve demolition of 11 existing homes and one multifamily structure. Can you show me where those are at?
Sure, and I'm sorry I didn't cover that in my summary, but the multifamily structure would be located on the south side of Randolph, where the proposed parking lot of 20 stalls is located. And then the 11 structures would include both areas 3 and 4, where the new buildings are proposed, as well as the new parking area in area 4.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions?
And all of those homeowners were notified, and you haven't received any letters or any opposition from them?
Tabitha owns them all.
Right, Tabitha owns all those properties,
They own all of them, okay. I
but to
understand.
answer your question, no, we have not received any letters of opposition that I'm aware
Okay.
of.
Other questions? Thanks, George. Applicant? Hello.
My name is Joe Hackenkamp. I'm the Corporate Facilities Director for Tabitha Healthcare Services. And I have Nate Buss with Olson & Associates. He is our civil engineer.
Could we get your addresses, please?
Work address 4720 Randolph, Lincoln, Nebraska.
601 P Street, Lincoln, Nebraska, 68508.
I would just like to talk a little bit. Each one of you have the case statement in your file. Tabitha has been in the neighborhood since 1886, so we've been a long-time fixture at 47th and Randolph, and we're very, very proud of that. Over the years, we wanted to create a continuum of care on that campus, continuing what we started in 2006 with our very first small house. This will be the final and the finish what we started phase by adding these two new existing houses. We've seen such great success by taking our institutional facility typical residents and moving them out into a small house or a greenhouse. The outcomes that the residents are having in these homes are just absolutely outstanding. We've seen our patient cares increase. We've seen the residents come alive. We've just seen such great output of support for the small house models. We are seeing this all around the country, these models of care, going from a traditional nursing home with long institutional corridors and moving them out into a very nice small house. Our first house was 9 houses, and the following houses that we've built have either been 12 or 17 or 19. This will be our 7th house on this particular campus, but it will also be our 9th house that we built around southeastern Nebraska. So we have tremendous success with them. It's a really good investment in our elders, and we just are asking that we finish what we started with these 2 new additional houses. Nate can kind of go into the technical details on those aspects.
Sure. Going back to really the main 2 houses that are being added along 48th to the north. Both you can get the 2 orientations, like George mentioned, this being a courtyard, and adding the parking stalls along 47th Street. This house that is parallels along 48th Street does remove a good portion of parking lot. But as we refilter parking lots throughout the property, we actually gain some stalls, and Tabitha uses every bit of those stalls for visitors and for employees on the campus. We are asking for the 5% increase that it allows the Tabitha the opportunity for expansion, and Tabitha has agreed that those 16 units that do exceed that would meet that barrier-free requirement. So no condition, no quorums there. The 2 houses that we are adding do keep us under that limit. So these houses won't necessarily have to require the barrier-free, but by all instances, the majority of the rooms and the facilities meet the barrier-free requirements anyway. With that, we'd take any questions.
Questions for these gentlemen?
Okay, so I'm sitting here looking at the GIS map, and I'm still a little confused as to what 11 houses you're going to demolish.
Sure. Let me see if I can draw them here. And I guess then also just to make mention of the house that is up here on the hard corner of 48th. At the time of the application, Tabitha had a contract to purchase that home. They had not purchased that home at the time of the contract, as my understanding is.
It is
Tabitha now does own that home, so. And we're not including an existing home at the corner of 47th and L, and there's another existing home at the 47th and J, so. There's 1, 2, 3.
I got your 11 now. I know which ones you didn't
5,
count.
6, 7, 8, 9.
So my next question is going to be more down across Randolph to the south. Can you tell me more of what's going on down there?
Yes, there is an existing multifamily complex there. We are proposing to tear that down and put a parking lot there to accommodate, again, just the loss of stalls that we lose out of this parking lot. But then to also, there are 3 existing structures there that we are showing to house those 20 future units. They are, right now they're just apartment style type buildings. But the idea there is that those units, those buildings there, we could either renovate those or knock those down and do another type of facility to meet the barrier-free zone, and then that parking lot would help serve those direct units.
So I want to make sure I understood you correctly. Those 3 units, so are like 828, 832, and 838.
Yeah.
Those are remaining
Yes.
for now, at least.
Yes.
For now.
And we own those properties as well.
Yeah, and then the one right in the corner, I understand the multiplex is going to come down. I know there's a couple of garages on there. Are those coming down too?
Those are staying.
They're staying.
Those will stay, and those will right now those will primarily house the maintenance equipment for Tabitha.
I don't know how to word this so it doesn't sound mean, but my intention isn't mean, okay? You guys, do you know that that part of the neighborhood is not the Witherby neighborhood? Are you aware of that?
We are aware, I believe that transfers to the Woods.
40th and A. Did
40th
you reach
and A.
out to them at all?
No, we did not.
I would highly encourage you to.
And we may have, I would have to check with our
Well,
marketing
I'm
department.
pretty sure you didn't because that contact is me.
Okay.
So, you know, we haven't had a chance to talk to this proposal with our neighborhood residents. And so, and I know you guys are a good neighbor, and I know that you guys have come and talked to us in the past. But so if you guys are gonna tear down those 3 buildings that you're not tearing down right now, are you gonna have to come back before Planning Commission or City Council if anything happens with those?
If whatever we do there, or whatever we build, we would have to come back to you, so yes.
Okay. I think that's all my questions for right now.
Okay. Any other questions? Thanks, gentlemen. Is there anyone here wishing to testify in support of this item? Is there anyone here wishing to testify in opposition to this item? Do we have any questions for staff?
Could staff just confirm
Yeah.
if the answer to Tracy's question?
George, would you come on up when you have a chance?
So I think the question is still on Area 1, south of Randolph.
Yes.
You'll note on the drawing information that it does reference for housing up to 20 units. So these could be demolished, and the plan acknowledges additional units for that area.
Because right now, there's not 20 units there, is there?
No, there's the existing duplexes that are shown on the site drawing.
So it would be considered 6 units, or, well, 3 duplexes.
As far as existing, yes. And the multifamily structure, yes.
So they, you know, in the future, they could decide to get rid of the duplexes and add, you know, up to, you know, say another greenhouse living facility there, and they wouldn't have to come back before Planning Commission or City Council.
As long as they comply with the approved special permit. I would also mention, if you look at the table information, it includes 20 future units within this Area 1 and then 12 future units within Area 4 as well.
So in Area 4, they could potentially get rid of that parking lot and put in a dwelling unit there.
Correct.
Anything else, Tracy?
Yep, I got one more question. For Area 3, got a lot of areas here. If they wanted to change that courtyard and put another living facility in there, that would up their capacity, so they would have to come back and seek approval for that.
Yes, if they would go beyond the boundary of what you're approving today, yes.
Okay. I think that's all my questions.
Okay. Anyone else? I guess that's it, George. Thanks.
Thank you.
Applicant, any other items you'd like to cover? Any questions for the applicant? Okay. We'd entertain a motion.
Move approval. Lust.
Second, Harris.
Discussion?
I just want to, I'm going to approve the project, but I just have concerns. I know Tabitha is a good neighbor. I'm just shocked that they didn't reach out to 40th and A. So that's why I wanted to make sure that you guys knew you're actually in 2 different neighborhood associations, so that maybe we can facilitate that conversation in the future, just so that we can make sure that our neighbors are aware of what's going on as well.
I'm going to support the motion. I think this is a good move. Tabitha is a good neighbor, and they're a good organization. Jerry, please call the vote.
Okay, this is for conditional approval of special permit 384H. Core,
Yes.
Harris,
Yes.
Lust,
Yes.
Shearer,
Yes.
Hove.
Yes.
Motion carried, 5-0.
Item 5.1 was deferred to November 30th, 2016. You want to take a 5-minute break? Take a 5-minute break. still have one person we're waiting for. There she comes. We'll go ahead and get started back up. I think we'll go ahead and get started back up. At this point, Jerry will call the 3 Costco-related applications for public hearing. I'd request that testimony be limited to new issues to avoid redundancy as much as possible. If you're representing a group of individuals, I'd suggest that you identify a spokesperson to provide the testimony on behalf of the group and have the group members stand to identify their support for this position. Jerry, please call the 3 items.
Sure. Okay, the first item is item 5.2A, Comprehensive Plan Amendment number 16004 to revise the future land use map in the 2040 Lincoln Lancaster County Comprehensive Plan from public and semi-public and residential urban density designations to commercial designation on approximately 34.38 acres, more or less, generally located at the northeast corner of South 14th Street and Pine Lake Road. Staff recommendation is for approval. Item 5.2B is change of zone number 16030 from AG Agricultural District to B2 Planned Neighborhood Business District and AG Agricultural District to R1 Residential District, and from R1 Residential District to B2 Planned Neighborhood Business District on property generally located at the northwest corner of 14th and Pine Lake Road. Staff recommendation is for conditional approval. And the last item is item 5.2C, use permit number 16009 to allow up to 177,000 square feet of new commercial floor area, including a retail warehouse and motorized vehicle fuel facility on property generally located at the northwest corner of South 14th Street and Pine Lake Road. This is final action on the use permit unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 14 days of the planning commission approval. Staff recommendation is for conditional approval. Are there any ex parte communications to be disclosed on these applications?
We'll just start over here. Maya?
Yes, I have a few. Gail McNair contacted me in support of the application, and I referred her to planning department, and she did submit her comments. Tom Massey contacted me in a neutral position, just asking to pay special attention to pedestrian traffic. Donna Marvin also approached me in a neutral position, asking to pay attention to traffic lights. Debbie Stewart, who's here, asked me about the process to submit comments, and she has done so, and she's also here today. Sarah McCurley, likewise. I attended an event a few months ago, or a month and a half maybe, where Councilwoman Leary and Baird asked me if planning had received an application. They hadn't at that time. We didn't discuss the application. And the Costco petition has shown up in my Facebook feed. I have not commented, liked any of those things, but it's been appearing in my social media feed.
Janelle?
Yes, I live in the neighborhood, and my 2 sons have both gone to Scott and Southwest, so I know a lot of parents in the area, and same thing, my Facebook feed has been full of, and the Neighbor Works website has also been full of discussions on Costco, and again, I have not commented in any way on them. One of the associates in my office does live in the neighborhood, and he's asked me some questions about what is in the application proposal, but has not tried to influence my vote in any way.
Anybody over here?
I've been, over the past couple weeks, not inundated, but part of numerous conversations in a general community way about this project, and have not made any comments one way or the other, but have listened.
Anything, Tracy?
I guess you now know who the least popular commissioner is.
I also live in this neighborhood. I'm actually the president of the Homeowners Association. I asked the Nebraska Accountability and Disclosure if I had a conflict, and they indicated that I did not. I attended both of the neighborhood meetings. I have spoken to folks mainly about the process for all of this, and the folks that I've spoken with have either sent an email or written a letter on their behalf, so you have that information in front of you. Let's see, I think that's it.
I do want to say I had one request from somebody to meet to get together, to ask me about the process, but I never got together with them.
Great.
Rachel Jones, Planning Department. These are 3 related applications: a comprehensive plan amendment, a change of zone, and a use permit. And the applicant for all 3 is Costco. The project area is generally located north of Pine Lake Road between 14th Street and Hazel Scott Drive. And Hazel Scott Drive continues south of Pine Lake as South 20th Street, just for reference. This project is located between 2 schools. On the west side, we have Lincoln Southwest High School, and the east side, Scott Middle School. And on the north side is the Lincoln Memorial Park Cemetery, who is the owner of the land, or the seller of the land currently. As you know, we've received quite a few comments on these applications. There were a lot of concerns expressed about potential impacts to the surrounding land uses, especially relative to its proximity to the 2 schools. And so I would like to just start out by saying that a great deal of consideration was given to those surrounding land uses, and it was carefully considered, and the conclusion and recommendation in the staff report was that given the traffic levels projected in the traffic study, along with the elements of the plan and especially the conditions of approval as set out in the staff report, that when taken together, these would sufficiently address the concerns expressed by neighbors, such that we feel that this commercial development is appropriate in this location and can work here. And I will be going into each of the elements of this plan in just a minute, but I'm going to start out by going over the comprehensive plan amendment. Currently, the site is designated for future semi-public and public, as indicated by the colored areas on the map, just in anticipation of expansion of the cemetery in the future. And then the eastern portion is currently designated as future urban density residential. The reason being for that, because this area here that's currently vacant was originally shown a number of years ago with a conceptual residential layout that was never finalized and never platted. So the comprehensive plan amendment would be revising the future land uses for what amounts to the use permit boundary to commercial. And certainly there's no lack of commercial development in Southwest Lincoln today, but this development would allow for the first Lincoln location for the specific user, Costco, who has spent several years without being able to find a suitable site in Lincoln. It is located along 2 major streets, 14th Street and Pine Lake Road. So in that sense, the road capacity and the road access points are there to support a commercial development in this location. There's also, maybe I'll switch back to this. There's also some existing commercial development just to the south of this across Pine Lake Road, which does lend some precedent to it and could act as an entire commercial center jointly. And just want to note on the future land use, this portion of future residential here to the northeast would be kept as future residential. There are no plans for that land to develop at this time, and it frankly wouldn't be very suitable for commercial uses, so it will be retained as future residential. So the comprehensive plan and along with the change of zone are what kind of provide the foundation for this proposed development. And I will now get into the zoning changes that are proposed. There are three components to it. The zoning over the site is, the western portion is AG agriculture, and then the eastern portion is R1 residential. And as part of this change, we would be rezoning the proposed commercial area to B2 Planned Neighborhood Business District. And the other component to this is that on the north side, there is a strip of land that would be outside the commercial area but retained by Lincoln Memorial Park. And the zoning would be changed from agriculture to R1 residential to match the R1 residential that is elsewhere to the north, to basically indicate that that land is not suitable for commercial uses. The B2 district that is the main focus here includes a use permit provision, and a use permit is essentially a site plan that is intended to help provide for integration of the commercial area with the surrounding neighborhood, the surrounding land uses, and help to give review of the general compatibility of the proposal. So that's what is happening here. There is existing B2 zoning on the south. The commercial area along Pine Lake, along that same stretch on the south side, is also Zone B2. And the funeral home for Lincoln Memorial Park is remaining for the time being, and it would be included as part of the use permit. And it's essentially a commercial type of use, so in that sense, it can be included. And there are no plans for that to redevelop currently, but there are some provisions that I will get into for if it were to redevelop, some of the conditions we would have for that. This is a drawing of the overall development. The total maximum square footage for this is 199 square feet. We have
199,000
square feet. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
With 6 commercial lots and then an outlot in the southeast for detention. The Costco lot is here in the center. Lot 5, and Lot 5 would be approved for up to 157,000 square feet. The funeral home is allotted 22,000 square feet in accordance with its current size, and the remaining square footage is then distributed over the other 4 commercial pad sites. There are 3 south of the funeral home and 1 up in the northeast corner. So I'll go into a little more detail, starting with the west side. There would be a proposed access point, in fact 2 on South 14th, with a connecting driveway connecting to the east towards the Costco lot. Currently, these correspond to the 2 access points the funeral has today on South 14th Street. The site plan as submitted by the applicant does not show that the north access point, which is here, would be included as part of the general traffic movement plan, but as a condition of approval, we would be requiring that it would be. And so the south access point would then be a right in, right out, and the north access point would allow additional turning movements besides that. We would be requiring to install a turn lane for the right in, right out access point, and then in the future, were Lot 1, which is the funeral home lot, to redevelop, there would be several conditions that would go along with that. One of which is installation of an additional turn lane for serving a future driveway that would run east to west, connecting the development on the north side of Lot 1. And the right in, right out access would at that point be required to go away. One important aspect is we have requested as a condition that the funeral home show common access through their parking lot today to facilitate and make clear that the customers and users of the commercial area could potentially go and use that north access point, but would allow them to temporarily close that access off during funeral services. But we really felt that having access to both of those points was really critical to the traffic movements, and I think Public Works can certainly speak to that in more detail.
Rachel, is there a stoplight at either of those?
No.
Okay.
No. So it's, probably the biggest aspect in terms of traffic for this project is the intersection of 16th Street with Pine Lake Road. They have a driveway access there, and or would be proposing one rather. And the applicant is showing a traffic light at that intersection, but we the city are proposing to require removal of that traffic signal designation because it does not meet our access management policy. It does not meet spacing requirements. And so we would be requiring that instead it be shown as a 3/4 access on both sides, which would mean that basically all turn movements would be permitted except for left outs on either side. So moving on to the eastern portion. Again, so they've got the driveway proposed on at 16th Street. At 18th Street is another proposed driveway access on Pine Lake. And then over on the east side, there is one access point on Hazel Scott Drive. Previously, they had shown 2, and kind of in response to the neighborhood concern about the amount of parents that park along Hazel Scott for school functions and pick up and drop off, that was removed, and so they only show one access point there south of Lot 6, and they're proposing that this be a right out, left in access, so right ins would not be permitted, nor would left outs. Essentially, the idea behind that is trying to minimize the amount of traffic that would be going north along the north side of the middle school, and potentially cutting through the neighborhoods and negatively affecting them that way.
Rachel, would there be a median on Hazel Scott Road?
There would not be a median, I believe. The reason being, it would just help preserve some of the flexibility of, in terms of parents pulling over to the side to drop kids off, I think was the idea. But at this access point, there would be some, I guess you would call them medians, at the actual egress and ingress point that would, as a condition of approval, would prevent, basically prevent anyone from being able to turn left out of the site. It would be like kind of a pork chop median is what they call it. And it would also similarly prohibit anyone from being able to turn right into the development. There is a trail today that runs along Pine Lake Road and connects, all the way down to 14th Street. And so with the proposed 2 access points at 18th Street and 16th Street, that would mean that there are 2 trail crossings there. And there are a number of conditions that just describe what the city would like to see in terms of those crossings. This is an inset, a drawing of kind of what they would look like. It should be noted that the applicant would only have these apply to the 18th Street crossing, but this condition of approval would require they be installed at both crossings. And they would, some of the improvements there to enhance safety, diverting the trail crossing 10 feet to the north to help, further delineate and indicate to trail users that a crossing is coming up. The crossing itself would be marked and it would be raised on a kind of traffic table. There would be stop sign and stop bars for cars turning out of the development, and then trail warning signs on the trail itself approaching the crossings. And so one of the concerns that was expressed pretty often was the safety of the trail crossings and relative to the students that would be potentially walking up and down the street. So the applicant is proposing an alternative pedestrian route to help, that would basically allow pedestrians to avoid those 2 crossings. And it would, let's see if you can see it. It would connect from Hazel Scott along the north side of the site and then come down to on the west side of the 16th Street driveway, and that would allow pedestrians to avoid those crossings altogether. This was brought before the Pedestrian Bicycle Advisory Committee for their review in terms of the trail crossings, and that was their recommendation as well. To further enhance pedestrian connectivity, a requirement would be to install the sidewalk that is missing. There's a missing portion along the north side of Hazel Scott Drive from the Costco site east to Trail Ridge Road, I think it's called, or maybe just Ridge Road. But there is no sidewalk there currently, so the applicant would be required to install that as part of this application. I will now talk about the screening, the landscape screening that is required just in general, and then the additional screening that would be required as part of this particular application. So we have a number of types of landscape screening that are required for any kind of development like this, parking lot screening being one of them. This development in particular, in order to help reduce visual impacts, noise impacts to surrounding land uses, we would be requiring additional screening on the east side of the site, along the east side of Lot 6 here, and then the west side of the detention area. And that screening requirement would be a 60% screen from the ground to 10 feet. On the south side, along all the lots, continuing west along Pine Lake Road, there would be a required landscape screen of 60% from the ground to 6 feet. And these, again, are over and above the typical requirements. And the other key screening requirement for this is that a 30-foot landscape buffer is proposed to be installed along the north side of the site. And it would go essentially all along the north side of Lot 5 and Lot 6. And the required screening there, per the conditions, would be a 100% landscape screen from the ground to 10 feet. And it looks like they'll probably be incorporating some type of a berm or a grade change as well, because the ground does slope up quite a bit from south to north. And that could count towards the screen in addition to the plantings as well that would be installed there. There are a number of land use restrictions proposed for Lot 6, again, mostly in response to concerns from the neighborhood, and it is proposed to prohibit a number of uses, mainly related to auto-oriented uses like auto sales, auto repair, car washes, and also we would be prohibiting off-sale of alcohol and drive-through restaurants. So no drive-throughs for restaurants would be possible there, but drive-throughs for other kind of uses would still be possible, like for pharmacies or dry cleaners. So just to go into a little more detail about the relationship of the development to the cemetery grounds on the north side. Again, there's this strip of land that is not included in the commercial area that would be retained by the cemetery, zoned R1. And on the west side, the closest that the commercial development would come to the cemetery grounds today is about 140 feet, and as you move to the west, it increases to about 250 feet. And then in addition, the distance between the northeast corner of the commercial site and the closest home is about 600 feet. And that would provide a significant buffer there. So I will now show some of the elevations that we have included as part of the official application. To start out with, we have a couple elevations for the Costco building itself, and there are some design standards that are proposed and would be included for this commercial development as a whole, not just for Costco, but as a whole, to ensure that the overall design is cohesive and it remains with a high quality appearance over time, and just to ensure that the buildings over time continue to look nice and relate well to one another. So this is an example of, this is one of the elevations for Costco. This would be the east side. And just to give a brief overview of the design standards, we'd be requiring that for buildings of 50,000 square feet or greater, which basically a Costco building, would have at least 20% of the area as decorative concrete masonry, brick or stone, with half of the requirement that be brick or stone. The requirement is similar for buildings less than 50,000 square feet, which would be the pad sites. But the requirement would be that at least 50% of the surfaces be brick or stone. And in addition, it would require that these brick or stone masonry materials be used to the extent possible on facades facing public streets. Just to run through them, this is a view of the south, I think it's the south elevation. We have some overall elevations that are a little hard to see, but they're just an overview of all the facades of the Costco building. And then elevations for the proposed fuel facility as well. So just to conclude, we received many comments. They were both negative and positive comments. And we feel that given the conditions of approval that are proposed and recommended here, that those are a critical element to ensuring that this development is suitable for the area and that it fits in and does not have adverse impacts on the surrounding sensitive land uses. With that, I'll take any questions for me you might have.
Questions?
Yeah, I have a few.
No.
Did you want to start?
Maybe just one clarification. Could you just highlight the revisions that have been made since the last staff report?
Yeah, I can go over the largest changes. So the major changes since the publication of the first version of the staff report, one of the major ones that I did leave out was that they previously were showing right-of-way for a future roundabout at 20th Street, Hazel Scott Drive, and Pine Lake Road, and that has been removed. So a condition of approval would require that that be put back in. Certainly this would go in initially as a traffic signal, but could very well in the future be converted to a roundabout, in which case we would want to see that right away dedicated there. Considering that they're coming in now for development, we want to make sure we're able to get that. As I mentioned before, they previously were showing 2 access points on Hazel Scott, and the north access point was removed. I think those were probably the major ones I might be
And was that
missing.
removed at Costco's own volition, or was that something that planning recommended?
Removal of the north driveway on Hazel Scott, that was at Costco's own volition.
It looks to me like maybe where the gas pumps moved to the northern.
Yes, yeah, with the removal of the future right-of-way at Hazel Scott and Pine Lake Road, the arrangement of Lot 6 and the outlot and the gas station orientation was slightly revised.
So Rachel, you're saying that you're not asking for it at this point, but there could be at some point a roundabout at 20th and Pine Lake?
Correct. And so
You're
with
reserving
this-
that right?
Right, we'd be reserving it, just wanting to make sure it was shown on the plan for future dedication in the event that it was converted.
So they would put in a traffic signal now, like if they develop, they would have to put a traffic signal in there.
Correct. And as I mentioned, they're also showing a second signal at 16th Street, which we would want removed. And actually in the conditions, it states that if a signal were approved here, this signal would need to go away because the development just simply wouldn't warrant 2 traffic signals along that short of a distance.
All right. Big overview here. This this property currently is listed in the comprehensive plan as public, semi-public. What kind of uses are generally in the public, semi-public under the comprehensive plan? I assume, like, I saw the schools are
Yeah.
designated that, but
Right.
like, would parks, what other type of things?
I'm actually not sure, but certainly schools and certainly probably open spaces in general.
Probably cemeteries.
Cemeteries kind of provide a public use in a way. I mean, with it being shown that currently the intent was that it was assumed that the cemetery would probably expand there in the future.
And do you know how long that had been designated public, semi-public in the comprehensive plan?
I do not.
Okay.
Probably for quite some time.
And even though it's public, semi-public in the comprehensive plan, it's zoned right now agricultural, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and again, what kind of uses are generally allowed in the agricultural?
Agriculture uses, single-family homes, perhaps two-family homes, I can't recall.
And you mentioned the traffic studies that were performed by Costco. What time of day were those performed?
I will defer that question to Public Works if they don't mind
Okay.
coming up.
Sure.
Hi, Commissioners. Lonnie Berkland, manager of our Traffic Engineering Division for the Public Works Department. To answer your question, the applicant's representative traffic engineer, the consultant that did the study, looked at our typical traffic study process, which is pretty much the AM peak period and the PM peak period of adjacent street traffic. So in other words, they look at sort of a worst case conservative condition of rush hour traffic on the adjacent street network, and then they add in the site trips to that are proposed for this development.
Okay, so rush hour here, is that when school is going in or out, or was that like 5 o'clock?
Worst case, I think, would be in this area, and I'd have to look at the data, but I think it was around 4:30 to 5:30 is probably deemed the peak hour. So even though the side street approach might have higher traffic at, say, 3:15 or 3:30 when the school gets out, the actual in totality worst case condition would be kind of during 4:30 to 5:30, maybe it was 4:45 to 5:45, that kind of a time frame.
And how is that determined that that's the worst case scenario?
Well, they do existing counts pretty much from 7 to 9 in the morning, 11 to 2 over the lunch hour, and then 3 to 6 p.m. We kind of have a standard 8-hour traffic count period when we do counts at intersections.
Okay, so Public Works would have already had a traffic count, and then you pass that information on to Costco, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, exactly. So we do, we try to keep up to date, fresher than 3 years, count data at all of our 430 traffic signalized locations, and then a handful of other priority ones. So I think in this case, we probably had data for maybe 14th and Pine Lake, but the consultant would have counted some of their other site study area intersections. They had about 8 intersections that they included in their analysis, so they would have gone out and conducted turning movement counts at those locations.
And then can you also answer the questions about the number of traffic signals and how far apart they need to be?
Yeah, I guess couple comments, and maybe that'll answer that, and maybe to reiterate, I know there's a lot going on down here with this site and the traffic and the things that I think Rachel hinted at in the staff report. The applicant's engineering consultant did a standard traffic impact study for this site. Covered all of our typical processes, and I think they did a good job. They've got licensed, certified PTOE, professional traffic operations engineers, if you're not familiar with some of that traffic engineering lingo. So they're licensed engineers that are sort of skilled in traffic engineering, and so we're happy to always get studies from qualified folks. So they did a good job on the traffic study. Ran through lots of scenarios and analysis. And for the most part, I think it was consistent with our access management policy. The recommendations that came out of that from the applicant's engineer are the things that we've basically listed in the conditions of approval. You know, they've been pretty helpful with some follow-up data requests. We've had lots of information requests and things just as part of the process. We haven't necessarily received any information that discusses this idea of signal warrants being satisfied at 2 potential locations adjacent to the site or at 16th Street at all. The applicant's traffic engineers recommended this 3/4 access at 16th Street and then the full-blown signalized location at 20th and Hazel Scott. So that's kind of the technical data that we've received to date to sort of make decisions on. And again, that's consistent with, you know, our staff, our professional traffic engineers working with them, what we would recommend as well. So there's a lot of detail, a lot of, you know, I won't say nitpicky, but there's a lot of conditions of this approval in terms of turn lanes, extending current turn lanes that are out there, being consistent with our access management policy, the signal at 20th, the 3/4 access, the right-in, right-outs, you know, all of that stuff basically that we have detailed out, I think, as a minimum requirement that we're comfortable with in approving this site. And so, you know, that's kind of where we sit today. I'm not sure of the other you know, I guess internal ongoings or comments maybe with the applicant and their consultant in terms of showing some of these other things or omitting some of those recommendations that were done by their traffic engineer. So the site plan that has moved forward that shows the signal at 16th was not recommended in the traffic study. It is not recommended by the city. You know, it would need to satisfy federal warrants to be constructed and installed, and it's expected that those warrants would not be satisfied based on, you know, their analysis to date. So,
Is there anything else like that is showing up on the final plan now that Public Works is recommending be removed?
No, I think the staff report that Rachel has presented and that you all would have received has a fairly detailed list of conditions for approval. Those things were vetted through the traffic engineering division and through Public Works and kind of back and forth with the consultant. And so that list of conditions that we've sort of come up with and stated is kind of the minimum conditions that we would be comfortable with in kind of managing this system down there. And I think, you know, from the person with the team that's ultimately going to accept maintenance and operations and responsibility for this signal and for these turn lanes and for this system. You know, it's going to be a challenge, but certainly we have lots of other commercial locations where we do this exact thing. I thought they did a very good job in their traffic studies and identifying those things. So we basically, from our staff, just want to be consistent with what the detailed recommendations were as they were presented in the traffic study, and those are the conditions that we've presented. So,
Do you, and I don't know if this is under your department or not, but the trail that they're going to provide a second route for, do you know what that trail is primarily used for? Is it kids going back and forth from Scott to Southwest, or neighborhoods, kids trying to get to school, or?
I think it's a mix of both. I mean, certainly there's pedestrian activity out there that is captured in some of the current counts. If Sarah or someone was here from Parks, they'd probably be able to better say, you know, the kind of the recreational nature or usage of that. But certainly there is a mix of bicyclists and pedestrians. I think the applicant's done a good job of being responsive to some of the concerns of PBAC and others about providing this alternative trail around the backside and some of those things for those that wish to do it. You know, we've had internal discussions. We have trail facilities just like this, you know, as an example, up and down the North 84th Street corridor with probably some less intensive markings and controls and things than what they're proposing here. So again, done correctly and done with some of these minimum conditions, I think we're comfortable with what has been presented, but I would want to make sure that those conditions are approved as is without variances.
Maya?
So you've made the assessment that the traffic, as indicated by the traffic study, is manageable. What would have been too much? Ballpark figure.
You know, I don't know that I could sort of pull a percentage out of the air. You know, we looked just as an exercise, honestly, at what else could develop on this corner. Rachel and Randy Hoskins in my office looked at, you know, what would be some other trip generation based on ITE rates that are a typical thing that's done as part of this study that, you know, if it developed in maybe smaller type retail facilities or something, maybe more square footage or more intensive, and certainly you can play with lots of numbers up and down. You know, more drive-through bank facilities or things that are large generators, standalone grocery stores and things like that seem to be some of our hotspot uses. But you know, I think the bottom line is there's definitely capacity out here on these roadways. Is it ideal during peak hour? Absolutely not. Is it ideal when people pick up their kids at the schools? Absolutely not. Is it like that in 300 other locations in Lincoln? Absolutely it is. So we kind of try to do the best we can with our resources, you know, looking at southbound dual left turn lanes. We've got an extra lane there we can open up at 14th and Pine Lake. I think with some of these auxiliary turn lanes and things, again, if they're done correctly, we can mitigate the majority of that traffic for the couple hours out of the day that it's, you know, going to be at its worst.
Do you feel that this particular case is stretching capacity, or do we still have a buffer for development that we may not know is going in at this time?
Yeah, I think when we look at the levels of service and the information presented in the study, again, with the recommendations in that study, certainly there's some buffer. I mean, they looked at year 2017 and then 2027 and some planning numbers beyond. As part of our long-range transportation planning process and with our director, David Carey, we're always looking at those things in the LRTP2 for kind of longer-term, you know, sort of bigger ticket capacity issues. This is really more of a kind of a peak hour operational issue. So we want to get the intersections right. We want to get the geometry right. We want to get the signal infrastructure right. I think I presented to a few of you, maybe it's already been many months ago, on our new Green Light Lincoln initiative. You know, we're plowing ahead with some consultant teams to look at updating signal timings on 9 priority corridors. This would be part of a phase 2 of that program. And so sort of with the current bleed on fixing signal equipment and detection systems and a lot of that hard work that mayor and council and the citizens have kind of committed to, the last thing we want to do is install an unwarranted signal. So again, we want to put them in the right place. We want to be able to manage them, time them, and maintain them. So with the conditions, I think we can do that.
Just one more follow-up question on that. Are the traffic study findings cross-referenced in any way with pedestrian traffic and projections of, because there must be some data of how much pedestrian traffic is in that area?
Yeah, the existing counts would have pedestrian counts. Again, I don't have that data right handy with me, but certainly I would gather that during the kind of before school and after school time frame is probably when we see the largest users of pedestrian, you know, folks walking. There might be higher times, weekends and other times when there's more bicyclists using the trail.
And you take that into your final assessment?
Yeah,
Yeah.
we have, and I think that's the notes that you see about kind of putting the setback on the trail at the driveways, installing those continental crosswalk markings and the stop signs at the driveway locations. We've looked at potential speed tables at those, so basically an elevated section where the cars would be forced to, you know, traverse a traffic calming device. So, yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Other questions? Dennis?
Bonnie, since this site is sandwiched between 2 LPS sites, during the course of the study, did LPS have input or review or comment in any way on the traffic study or the findings of the traffic study?
You know, I guess I would have to maybe refer to the planning department on that. I know we had some discussions in general with Scott Wieskamp and some of their facilities folks about just like we do at all of the school sites that we're kind of continually trying to, you know, work on pickup and drop-off areas and things like that. But I don't recall specific, I guess, LPS comments about that.
Okay.
Certainly, I think some of the things with the one of you mentioned, sorry, a median, I think, on Hazel Scott, and I know they did have some input on, they wanted to be able to maintain some sort of after-hour or off-peak on-street parking on that east curb line adjacent, because they do use some of those open field areas for practices and soccer and I think baseball activities and things. So we tried to kind of come up with some solutions for that wouldn't result in a median divided roadway with narrow lanes that would basically require us to prohibit parking some buffer north of there.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
Not for Lonnie.
Thank you.
Rachel, I just have one more question. The residential development that's behind there along Ridge Road and Shadow Ridge Drive, how old is that development? It's a fairly new development, isn't it?
I don't know that I would want to hazard a guess. Yeah, it's probably within the last 20 years, I would say.
Okay, would anybody building in that area, have reason to think based on the designation of public and semi-public in the comprehensive plan and the ag zoning that there would be a commercial development going in there?
In this location?
Yeah.
No, I mean, not based on the future land use. I think, this, this whole project, I mean, I think we probably do our best to estimate what the land would be used for, what it's intended for. In this case, it was public, semi-public for a long time, and then the land came up for sale. So it kind of became necessary and instigated that discussion of what would be suitable here and under what kinds of conditions.
Anyone else? Thank you. Applicant?
Mr. Chairman, we have 4 people who would like to make presentations, and we have 3 different items. Can we each have maybe a couple of extra minutes so that we don't end up having to kind of make it disjointed and add a couple of people?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Can you introduce yourself and
Yeah.
give us your address, please?
My name is Brian Whalen. I'm representing Costco. My address is 2311 West 22nd Street in Oak Brook, Illinois, 60523. My objective here is just to, before we get into the technical aspects of this, I wanted to just give you a quick overview of some of our business operations, because I do think that they fold into many of the questions I've already heard about, AM peak traffic, when we're open, when we're not open, how our business operates. So I'm going to give you a quick overview of that before we dig into the technical side. First of all, Costco, we are a membership-based business. You have to have a membership to shop at Costco. And we sell business items that are for both businesses and individuals. The name of the company is Costco Wholesale, and it was started as a wholesaler to the small business community. And then grew into also serving individuals. Our small business members continue to be a big part of what we do today. If you go to Costco, you'll see 20-pound bags of rice and oil in 10-gallon cans and big boxes of paper. These are all for our small business members. And so consequently, we're unique in that regard. We're not just a retailer per se, but we're also a supplier to small businesses. The other unique differentiation for us is, while we're big, our buildings are over 150,000 square feet, we actually have very few different product categories. A typical Costco will only carry between 3,000 and 4,000 different products, which compares to a supermarket, which, for example, would have over 40,000 products, and a supercenter that would have well over 100,000 products. Our business model is pretty simple. We have in each product category, while we have lots of breadth of product, we sell tires and diamonds and food products, we have very little depth in any one product category. The model is that we ask our buyers to try to identify the particular product in each category that we think would deliver the best value to our members, and then we just buy as much of that as we possibly can, leverage that buying power to lower the cost of those goods to our members. So it's a much different model and consequently has much different impacts when we come in to existing folks in the market, given our business orientation and the limited SKU count that we have. It's much different. Next thing I wanted to just briefly highlight is our employment practices. At this particular location, we would anticipate having somewhere between 175 and 200 employees. Some of you may have heard that we recently opened our second location in Nebraska, in La Vista, just last week, which is in Sarpy County, south of Omaha. And we hired 178 employees there. Costco is well regarded and well known for their employment practices. The very minimum wage at Costco is $13 an hour, and our entry-level full-time clerks start out at $13.50 per hour. We have built-in bonus plans and salary growth plans that after 5 years provide an average salary of over $50,000 a year for those entry-level clerks. This is not necessarily just altruistic, it's good business practices. For our employees that have been with us for more than 1 year, our turnover is 7%, which is really low in any business, but is particularly low in the retail business. So it allows us to have employees that we can provide a career to and provide our members good customer service because we're not having continuous turnover of our employees. The last thing relative to our employment practices is that we do offer benefits to both our full and part-time employees. Many companies, including many retailers, offer these benefits, but they're not often taken by the employees because they're either too expensive or not of value. We're very proud of the fact that of the employees that are eligible to receive those benefits, 98% of the employees do take those. And then lastly, and I think this is an important point that we reiterated at the neighborhood meetings that we did have, is that our operating hours are unique in the sense that first and foremost, we do not open Monday through Friday until 10 in the morning. Our operating hours Monday through Friday are from 10 to 8:30. In traffic engineer speak, that means that we have very little to no impact in the AM peak traffic. In this case, as the traffic engineer was pointing out, is an important part of the analysis as to what our impact on traffic may be. We are open on Saturday from 9:30 until 6, and then on Sunday from 10 until 6. So we're not a 24-hour operation. We do close relatively early relative to our peers who may be in the retail business. And that's clearly a differentiator in relative to the type of impacts that we may have. We do have a fuel facility that opens a little longer. Monday through Friday, our fuel facility is open from 6 a.m. to 9:30 p.m. And then on Saturday and Sunday, it's open 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. That fuel facility is open for members only. It's not a convenience store. It's fuel only. So it's also unique in that regard. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Ted Johnson, who is Costco's development consultant. He's going to initially walk you through, from our perspective, many of the changes that were made to the plan. I know that question was asked of staff earlier. We did, as was also previously noted, did have 2 neighborhood meetings that were very well attended. And as those things go, I felt that they were extremely productive. We made changes to our plans based upon both meetings, incorporated many things that were brought up by the neighbors, and I think that it's made for a better project overall. So I'll happy to answer any operating questions or questions about our business before I turn it over to Ted, if you have any.
I guess not. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, Brian. My name is Ted Johnson. I am Costco's Director of Development for Midwest Projects, address 2311 West 22nd Street, Oak Brook, Illinois, 60523. Before I get into the current plan that you have in your packet and the one that Rachel went through in her presentation, I wanted to show you the original plan we submitted. In fact, you probably saw this in your first packet for the, I think it was going to be an October or September-October meeting. But while we were developing this, staff, and we did work with planning staff and traffic and the Public Works, at 16th and Pine Lake, they asked if we would put a raised median in Pine Lake to restrict left turns out from the south leg and left turns out of Costco from the north. We did that. Our traffic study is based on this plan. This plan also has a right-in, right-out at this location off of Pine Lake. It also proposed a full access point off of Hazel Scott on the far north end. And we were okay with no left out from the Costco standpoint because we basically had, with this plan, a drive that went on the west side and on the north side that did not go through the parking lot that would allow someone from either the outlots or from this western side of Costco who wanted to go east on Pine Lake, they could easily get to Hazel Scott, down to Pine Lake, and make their left turn. We presented this plan at our August neighborhood meeting, and from the neighborhood to the northeast, we heard a lot of concerns about full access on Hazel Scott and an access close to the neighborhood development. From the commercial owners south of Pine Lake and the residential that's south of them, we heard concerns about restricting their left turn out from 16th Street onto Pine Lake. So we took that input, and on the next plan that we submitted, and this is the current plan, we are proposing a full access intersection signalized at Pine Lake and 16th. And even though we did not revise the traffic study that was submitted for the first plan, our engineers, and they'll be up after me, but our engineers did provide level of service diagrams for the various legs of this intersection, if it was signalized, if it was full movement without a signal, and then as it was proposed on the original plan. So we did provide that type of information for staff to review. We then are now proposing off of Hazel Scott a restricted access. It could only be a left in into the Costco and a right out from Costco to Pine Lake. At this location, that's still proposed as a right in, right out. The gas station basically stayed in the same area, but on the original plan, you saw it down here, and we just flipped it because we find that approximately 60 to 65% of the people who shop at Costco get gas, and they typically get gas first, and then they find a parking space and then go into the warehouse. So we wanted to make that a nice, easy, left into the site, then a right in, because the Costco gas operations is strictly a one-way movement. All the queuing takes place in this area. After you gas the vehicle, you then exit and go into the parking area. With respect to the building, this 45-degree angle, that's our only member access into the building. This is where all members enter and exit. On all sides, we have the necessary fire egress doors, but unlike a lot of large commercial retailers who have numerous entry locations, this is the only entry that Costco has. This area here, this is our loading dock. And we also tell a very good traffic story with respect to receiving. Costco has a cross-dock facility where all of our vendors bring their merchandise, and then that merchandise is loaded onto Costco trucks that then come to the warehouse. So an average warehouse gets between about 10 to 14 truck deliveries a day. 4 to 5 of those are the Costco deliveries, and those take place, deliveries in the morning from 4:30 to approximately 9:30. The other trucks are, we do get UPS deliveries, FedEx deliveries, and then we have local bread and liquor vendors who use an at-grade loading door that's right in the back of the warehouse at this location. And with respect to the receiving, the Costco delivery trucks will come off of Pine Lake, enter in at 16th Street. They will then go into the parking area, back into the loading dock, and then exit onto Pine Lake. They will not be using Hazel Scott Drive at all. Our gas tanker trucks, and those are not Costco trucks, we use the same vendors as most gas stations. Those will also come off of Pine Lake. They will go behind the building. They will go around the parking lot. The drop area is on this side of the fuel facility. After they drop their gas, they will then exit behind the building back onto Pine Lake. As Rachel mentioned, there's a 30-foot wide landscape buffer on our north end. We've been working with the cemetery on that. That was basically a requirement. They wanted a intense landscape screening. And so I've got two sections to show you. The farther east I get on the site, the cemetery land and the Costco parking lot are about at the same elevation. So at this location, we are proposing approximately a 4-foot high berm, and on top of that berm, we will plant trees so we can get an effective 10-foot high landscape screen there. We propose to exceed your current landscape and screening requirements that are contained in the existing ordinance. As you get farther west on the property, as Rachel mentioned, the property slopes up from Pine Lake. So at this location, we'll actually be cutting the area here, so the Costco lot will be lower than the elevation of the cemetery. So we'll grade that at a 3-to-1 slope. So we're about 8 to 10 feet below the property line. And so at that location, we will plant up near the property line and again, meet that 10-foot high screening requirement. There is a detailed landscape plan in your packet that has all the species and sizes that we're talking about, and that has been approved by the cemetery. Unless you have any detailed questions on the site plan, I would like to have our traffic engineer from Olson come up and explain some of the activities they've been involved with.
Maya?
I do, after you.
Maya first.
Can you talk to us a little bit about the detention pond and the Outlot 1? Is it?
This
is that
detention
what it-
area?
Yeah, and is it Outlot 1 that's on the other?
Well,
what
yeah,
do you-
this is, on my architect's plan, it's called Outlot 1. I believe on your black and white plan, it's Outlot 6? Outlot 6.
Can you talk to us a little bit about what they will look like? Obviously, you may not have all the details, but what can we expect in those areas?
A B2 commercial use. We have agreed not to have any automotive-related use, as Rachel indicated. No fast food drive-through restaurants, no bars, and I think that might be it.
And as far as the detention pond goes, will there be green space preserved around there?
There will be screening per city requirements at the north end of the detention pond and between the detention pond and the parking lot. There will be some minimal low-level landscaping on Pine Lake and Hazel Scott at this location. And what this particular plan doesn't show, but the landscape plan does, we'll be installing street trees. And I believe those are at every 50? Yeah, at every 50 foot on
Along
center.
Hazel
All
Scott
along, yeah,
Drive?
all along Hazel Scott Drive and all along Pine Lake,
Okay.
up to 16th Street.
Anything else?
Yeah, I had a couple clarification questions. Where are you proposing that there's traffic lights?
We are proposing a traffic light at Hazel Scott Drive and basically at the request of our neighbors to the south, we are proposing one at Pine Lake. We also, at 16th, excuse me. We also have provided level of service for each leg of that intersection if there's no signal, but if it's full movement.
Okay, well, I guess I'm confused because I thought you were asked to remove the traffic light at 16th Street by Public Works for access management standards.
I will let our traffic engineers address that.
Okay, all right. And you did talk a little bit about how the traffic would come in, and I appreciate that. Where do you expect that the truck traffic is going to be originating from? Are they going to be heading north on 14th Street, or are they going to come in from Old Cheney and be at the 14th and Old Cheney intersection?
They're coming from Chicago via interstate.
So,
77 to Warlick.
So probably 14th. Probably Old Cheney, 14th to Pine Lake.
so head south to Pine Lake and then in, rather
Right.
than like Saltillo or south, north on 14th? Okay.
Anything else? Anyone else have questions? I guess that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Brett? You want the old plan too? Sure. Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. Brett Lordson, Olson Associates, 601P, and Mark Palmer, also of Olson Associates, 601P. We were retained by Costco to provide traffic engineering services as well as the civil engineering for the project. I guess we'll start with traffic, a topic I guess we haven't really touched on yet. My intent is to be very brief and high level and touch on a few of the things that were discussed already, provide a couple clarifications, and glad to answer any questions as well. As far as the actual study, a full traffic study was completed for the original plan. And when we say entire project for this study, it included more than just the Costco building. Our numbers, our traffic, operations, recommendations, analysis was reflective of the entire use permit being developed. So I just want to make sure that that's a key point that's noted. It's more than, as you can see on the plan here, these outlots, Costco, and development in the northeast corner. The uses were all anticipated uses in alignment with zoning and city regulations. Fast forward, plan changed. Lots of discussion with city staff, the adjacent neighbors, neighbors to the south, property owners, and after review of the site plan, things have changed. And it's typical not to do a full study when plans change. You roll with the punches as you go. But what we did is we issued a formal memorandum to city staff that's available as a public record. And what we did is we focused on the 16th and Pine Lake intersection, essentially comparing what a signal would look like, what it is today versus three-quarter access and open. And long story short is naturally issuing control as in a stoplight on Pine Lake, operations east-west decrease a little bit. That's to be expected. While operations from the north and south, Costco and adjacent property owners to the south, improve a little bit. They get a little bit more time and better access. Traffic warrants were not completed or examined for that signal, but it was intended to be an analysis of the option and just to keep things on the table that, hey, we want to make the best decision for all our neighbors as well as Costco. And further analysis may be needed, understood. In terms of how the traffic study relates to the rest of the site plan, there were a number of conditions that were illustrated in the staff report, which outline recommended improvements to maintain the level of service of the operations. Mark can kind of touch and explain on what that includes and what those are.
And just to clarify, when we do get a settled geometrics for how these access points are planned and some of the discussions on these intersections, we would be revising the traffic study to meet. That was a condition that we provide a revised traffic study, but in the meantime, in the ebb and flow of what's been going on here, that has not been completed. And obviously, yes, the signal does require warrants, and in that location, it would need to meet the signal warrants for final installation. Just to touch on the off-site improvements, I think anyone that lives in South Lincoln in this neighborhood will cheer when the dual lefts get opened. It's been needed, I think, for a while, and I think that initially that will be an immediate benefit to the operations of traffic in this area. The dual lefts opening on 14th Street, as well as a right turn lane that accesses this existing drive that would become a driveway through Lincoln Memorial's property. Expanding the turn lanes in Pine Lake Road to maximize the storage lengths in either direction, east and westbound, is also planned, along with right turn lanes at various locations or at the access points, along with the extension of the left turn lane into Hazel Scott. The city has a newer policy on signalized intersections, having 4 lanes, 3 coming out, a left, a through, and a right. and one coming in into that intersection. And so we would be planning to improve the north and the southbound or south areas of, I got it now, of 20th Street Hazel Scott to comply with that requirement. We run into some geometric challenges, and we do run into a few of these in a few locations, given the as-built environment that we're working with driveways. We're looking to maximize our turn lengths where we can on these locations. They might meet the requirements, or they'll be as close as we physically can build those turn lanes to just match what we're working with driveways. Our traffic study did show extensions of a southbound left turn lane in the 2027 model, and they also showed a right turn lane at 27th and Pine Lake Road. We don't class either one of those as being part of impacts that this development actually is responsible for. It would be something that's future, it's more future-based traffic growth, so we have not shown any extensions of this turn lane. It would be a west to southbound turn lane at 20th and Pine Lake. Summarizing the deviations, we're looking for a standard deviation that's been approved in a number of locations for right turn lanes where the actual storage length is reduced by 50%, cut in half. This has been a typical deviation that you've approved in numerous developments around town. I think the traffic staff would agree with us on that, and so some of the actual lengths of turn lanes don't specifically match the lengths in the traffic study because of that, and that would just be for right turn lanes where you're not in a full stop condition. You can have a free right in these locations, and so traffic doesn't, it's not like a left turn lane where you are stopped and you're actually hard stopped until traffic allows. A right turn lane, avoiding pedestrians, can be a free-flowing movement. The access, everyone's mentioned the access management policy. If this was built, if this development was built, or all this development was built, 16th Street does not meet the spacing distance from 14th Street. It is a full access point, and it has development to the south at the request of those neighbors, as you've heard. To the south, a traffic signal and an opening of that intersection has been shown.
Yeah, there were different options shown on the plans as submitted to staff.
Any questions? Maya?
So will the revised traffic study be ready in time for the council hearing?
We can provide a revised traffic study for council, yes.
And are you asking for a amendment to the staff recommendation on the 16th Street signal? Or, I mean, what is the status of that? I get that you're showing it on your plan, but I'm struggling with why.
I'd defer to Mark on the conditions of approval on that, but at the moment, we're asking for this, and Mark will elaborate.
Other questions? What are the peak hours for Costco during the week?
Noon to 2.
Noon to 2? And when was the traffic study done, the hours of the traffic study?
Peak hours in the morning and in the evening, 7:30 to 8:30 and 4:30 to 5:30.
So were there any during the peak hours of Costco?
Yes, we evaluate that. However, the peak hours of the surrounding network is much more traffic intensive than Costco's.
Yeah,
than Costco's
they
hours.
overlap.
Yep.
That's the most significant traffic time is during Costco's peak hour. Base traffic is low. Peak hour, Costco's not quite as much, but the base traffic significantly more.
So the most conservative is evaluated.
Okay. And then at Hazel Scott Road, that would really be the only access to head east. I guess unless you get your stoplight.
Unless we get
at the 16th Street.
Yes, correct.
And how long is that road there?
You're talking this this
Yeah.
distance.
How many cars can stack there?
Oh, we've done the analysis. There's about 350, 400 feet.
I thought I saw 190, but.
For the right turn, yes.
The right
Yeah.
turn lane there.
Okay.
I guess.
So.
This entrance is 350 feet from Pine Lake. Storage is roughly 290 to 300.
Okay.
For southbound, yeah.
So, you mentioned the peak area for or peak traffic for the surrounding area being at different times, but did you, in your own assessment, did you look into the PLC days of Southwest and Scott Middle School? I don't know exactly when they let out, it's some 2-ish, and Southwest probably has it every Tuesday, Scott, one Tuesday a month, does that sound right? Did you look into that, how that traffic meshes into?
We worked on the days that specifically, there's not that many days that are allowable traffic study days, and Lonnie could elaborate a little bit on this, just with all the given events that occur in the city of Lincoln, and to get a good base traffic day. I don't think PLC days is one of those that drops in there. We did go down, we did observe Scott School departure pickup. I can show you pictures with the timestamp on that. I know it's not Pound Middle School pickup by no means. It was pretty short and sweet. By 3:10, Scott School, or Hazel Scott, was empty. There was traffic up further to the east, up closer to the driveways and to the main entrance, but a significant portion of that was empty in either direction. I think traffic flow it was pretty interesting to observe. Most people pick up on the right side, the sidewalk's on the right side. Your kids aren't crossing the road to get to the other side, but there was limited vehicles on the north side of the road, predominantly on this way and on the south. And I think a reason for that is these people are hitting up and turning right and getting down to Ridge Road and Pine Lake Road, where there's a signal to get back onto the street, because traffic does get busier at that time coming along Pine Lake Road. So it was interesting. There was 310. I mean, that's from my observation. You can see Scott School there, Pine Lake Road to the, sorry, these are a little big, Pine Lake Road to the right. It was empty, and that was a standard day. No PLC day, I didn't want to go on any day that I knew my kids were out of school, so I figured everyone else was in school.
Regarding your traffic analysis, have you taken into consideration how you'd handle any stacking problems if there's both a light at 14th and 16th in what you're proposing?
One of the interesting things that doesn't meet the access management code is the fact that you've got an arterial dead ending at 14th Street. This is a little different scenario than and I understand, and we fully know light spacing, that this does not meet the required distances for traffic signals. However, your predominantly vehicles are coming into 14th Street. They're either turning left or right, and if you're going to the west, you're slowing down and going into a school. That spacing, it's interestingly enough, Pine Lake Road from 14th to 27th Street's at a 40-mile-an-hour, a slower speed zone. You actually get in front of South Point Pavilions, and it's at a 45-mile-an-hour speed zone. This is planned to be slower traffic, and for that reason, the signal in this location, it definitely does impact the level of service and the east-west operation. But from our analysis, it's an A to a C. So.
But you have to meet the requirements of a signal warrant in order to get that.
But we'd have to meet the requirements of a signal warrant for a signal to actually.
What I heard is the city, or the planning department, said that's highly unlikely. What's the plan then if that doesn't occur?
And I'd defer to the neighbors to the south that have been the ones pushing for this, but it would stay as a open intersection as it is today. Vehicles do travel northbound today into the cemetery. It's a gravel road, but it's a four-way intersection. It would just stay as an unsignalized four-way intersection.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have an extra copy, Mark?
Oh, sure.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning Commission, I'm Mark Hunziker, 600 Wells Fargo Center. I'm passing around proposed amendments to the site-specific conditions that are in the staff report, and I'm going to try to address those kind of by category, if I can. As a general proposition, all of the requested amendments fall into three categories: access and traffic controls, landscaping, and design standards. I'm going to address those in order of importance and try to just address them categorically as opposed to getting into the weeds on the specifics of each of those, although I will say on page 2 you'll notice that I've circled the numbers 2.2.8. Those numbers should not be stricken in this amendment, and on the third page I have stricken 2.3.2.3 and the language behind it that was intended to be stricken. First, the City of Lincoln has an adopted access management policy which has pretty high goals for improving traffic flow, but those were adopted long after many of our arterial streets were built. And after significant development had already occurred and established access points that did not meet the newer standards. Second, the City of Lincoln has detailed design standards for screening and landscaping, which have been in effect for many years and have been very well used. And third, the City of Lincoln has no adopted design standards which dictate the materials to be used in construction of buildings in commercial areas other than in the downtown. Now, as to access control, the amendments before you would leave 16th Street as a full access signalized intersection. We ask that you consider our site plan has evolved based on neighborhood input, both residential and commercial, and our access and signal proposals address those concerns. The reduction from 2 drives to 1 on Hazel Scott Drive was done with the idea of reducing exiting traffic using Hazel Scott Drive. Without a traffic signal and full access at 16th Street, more eastbound traffic will use Hazel Scott Drive to reach the signal to go east, and more traffic will travel in front of the store, creating more pedestrian conflicts within our site. Now, as I mentioned earlier, the access management standards, which would say we don't want a signal or a full access intersection at 16th Street, were not in place when the commercial area to the south developed. We've listened to the businesses in that area on the south side of Pine Lake, and we agree that the area needs a full access intersection to serve this commercial area on both sides of Pine Lake Road. And after all, just try to think where in Lincoln you've seen a commercial area of this size without a full access signalized intersection onto an arterial street. I've been in this business for over 35 years. I can't think of one. I won't take an oath that it doesn't exist, but I can't think of one. Our traffic engineers have produced, as they said, an addendum memorandum to our traffic study that shows the intersection would function at level of service C, east and westbound, with a signal at 16th Street. Now, the staff has countered our request in our proposal to put a signal at 16th Street with a proposal that there should be no signal at 20th Street if we get one at 16th. We disagree with that, and we think Pine Lake will function just fine with both, and we would request that you approve all the amendments we have proposed in this document I've handed out relative to access and traffic control. As to design standards, the amendments before you would modify the conditions proposed by the staff report by reducing the amount of brick or stone required on the main warehouse building only. It would reduce that brick and stone amount from 50% to 25%. And we have shown you renderings of the building. It's not intended to be a monument, it's a warehouse. That is the business of Costco. It is a wholesaler and it sells products in large volume at very low prices. And those prices are not kept low by spending excessive amounts of money on snazzy design. The renderings show an attractive building which, paired with the landscape plan, present an attractive appearance. And by the way, we're not asking to eliminate the 50% brick and stone requirement on the smaller buildings on the site. That would remain, and even though there's no ordinance or design standard which requires that either. As to landscaping, we've submitted a plan which we believe exceeds every existing design standard for screening and landscaping required by the City of Lincoln. Costco's internal mandate is to exceed city design standards for landscaping. We've done that, and our neighbors to the north, Lincoln Memorial, are satisfied with our plan and approve of it. And they are here if you'd like to ask them about that. They had not intended to make any sort of presentation, but suffice it to say, they are satisfied that we have done a sufficient job with the landscape plan we have submitted to screen from the cemetery. We've also, just as a side note, received permission from Lincoln Memorial to plant evergreens along their boundary with the nearest house in the ridge in such a way as to completely block the view of our site from that house and others to the north and east of it. Now that house, as you heard earlier, is 600 feet away from our site. That's like from here to the other end of the jail. It's a significant 2-block distance, but those trees, as we propose to plant them for that homeowner, would block their view, excuse me, entirely block their view of this site. We have requested to eliminate the unprecedented requirement of 100% screen from ground level to 10 feet in the air. We've also exceeded the standards for parking lots and for screening from public streets, and we have requested that you eliminate the requirement that we exceed those standards by even more. At its closest point, Scott Middle School is approximately 460 feet from the east boundary of the Costco site, more than a block and a half. There's an open recreational field about 5 acres in size between Hazel Scott Drive and the west side of the building, and the building has no windows on the west side. We don't think that we are going to in any way infringe on the use of that school by exceeding the existing design standards for parking lots and screening from public streets. We ask that you approve the amendments to the landscape requirements in the report. And with that, I'd try to answer any questions.
I'll defer to you on this.
It was mentioned during the staff presentation that Costco has had difficulty locating other sites in the city of Lincoln to build on, and I was just wondering if you could address what that means.
Well, to be honest with you, I've not been involved in the site search myself.
Okay.
I've been told that the site search has been ongoing for several years, but I think probably the guy to answer that is Brian.
Brian?
Yes, once again, my name is Brian Whalen. Yeah, we come before you. This is a 10-year effort to try to find something in Lincoln. We specifically considered several specific sites that the staff recommended to us. This question was asked at the neighborhood meeting, and I'm always hesitant to start talking about property owners' sites, because when we talk to people, they have rights, and I don't want to give the impression that something's wrong with their site because we did not select it. But I can assure you that this is a 10-year effort. We gave all of the reasons why the specific sites that the staff recommended to us did not work for us, and we just didn't come here because this one came up for sale. This is something has been ongoing for many, many years.
I guess I kind of, just in general, why, is there a general reason why the other sites recommended by staff just didn't work out?
Most of them were too small. Many of them were on the far perimeter of the market, where there's not enough population density that would meet our needs relative to being close enough to our core membership base. But the biggest issue is really finding sites of sufficient size internal to Lincoln. It's a real challenge, and like I said, we walked through. One of the things that I often do when I come to the planning department or cities, and we did this before we even identified this particular site, is say, what am I missing? Is there a redevelopment that may occur that could open up a site for us? Is there a new road that's going to go in where it's going to dislocate someone, where it may create a site for us? And we did all that. And we were not able to identify any other viable internal options within Lincoln that would work for us.
And by internal, you mean you want to be within the city, like not out on Highway 77 or something like
Right.
that?
I mean, at the neighborhood meeting, the 77 was mentioned many, many times, and there's a lot of land out there, so without talking about a specific site, that's one that's just too far away from the densities of the market to meet our site selection criteria.
What about, there's a lot of land that's undeveloped on Yankee Hill Road. I find it hard to believe, is that not internal enough for you, or what?
Yeah, I mean, the densities of population, fall off. I mean, south of Yankee Hill, and, as you go east on Yankee Hill, obviously the road diminishes. I know that there's work on expanding that, and the future growth of Lincoln is south. If you talk to the school district, if you talk to the planners, that's where it's happening. It's just not there today. It's one of the reasons why we've targeted the south side of Lincoln.
It's a little bit ironic, but the difficulty of finding sites like this for companies like Costco is a result of Lincoln's long-standing, very tight control of its urban area, and the requirement that nobody gets approval for subdivision without becoming part of the city. And it has created a really tight and rather dense, as cities go, urban area without very many infill sites to do these kinds of projects. I mean, it's been a success, and it's met every purpose it had, but it has created situations that make siting these kinds of projects very difficult.
I have some questions about the proposed amendments.
Okay.
First of all, just to clarify, 2.2.8 stays in. Am I understanding that correctly?
The number 2.2.8 stays in.
But the text goes away?
Because subparagraphs C and D stay in.
Okay, but the language is stricken.
The language that is stricken is intended to be stricken, yes. And the new language is intended to be added.
Then you talked about crafting some of these amendments with the support of commercial business owners. Are the businesses, the commercial interests aligned with the residential homeowners' interests on the specific traffic light issue?
Well, I can't speak for any of the residential owners. I have spoken with a representative of at least some of the commercial owners. And I believe we are definitely on the same page with respect to the commercial owners. I did not attend the neighborhood meetings. I've heard reports about the concerns about traffic on Hazel Scott Drive. I think what we are proposing to you addresses those concerns better than what was previously shown on the site plan.
And why are you opposed to removing the 20th traffic light?
We think that it still works there, and I don't think there's a need to take it out. We think that as was mentioned by the engineers, the speed limit's lower there, and we think it still works.
And did Costco run their own internal analyses with those two scenarios, keeping the 20th intersection light and doing away with it?
To be honest, I'm not really qualified to answer that. Maybe I should ask Mark or Brett to do. Oh, the answer, I guess, is no. They did not.
I have a couple of other questions while you're up here.
Okay, sure.
So you talked about reducing the requirement for brick or stone to 20%.
25%.
25%.
Yes.
So we saw elevations earlier did those elevations reflect the 25% brick or stone or planning's recommended?
I think that's a Ted question.
Okay.
Right, the elevations that are in your packet do not reflect our change down to 25% would be brick or stone, but I know where we can make that modification on the plans to meet that standard.
Could you elaborate? I'm not sure I understand. You mean in terms of
Currently,
minimizing it in places where it wouldn't be noticeable?
Yeah, currently the plans do not have any brick or stone.
So what you've seen on those elevations reflects no brick or stone.
Right. But I can modify most likely the front canopy and the bottom portion of the tire center with brick to meet the standard that we're recommending. That 25% of the 20% will be brick.
Do you have any pictures of other locations and what that looks like?
Yes.
All right.
Okay, what this picture is showing is the metal panel. Same brand. This area here, this is a textured metal panel. It appears from the parking lot as if it was stucco, but it's a very energy efficient building material. I get a very high R value out of just a 2-inch thick panel. This is architectural ribbed metal panels, and we use it in both horizontal as well as vertical, and I believe I have a picture of that. This shows a split face CMU, and on top of that, the soldier course is a smooth face CMU. And I believe when staff looked at our original plans, they thought that the soldier course was brick. And I think that's how it initially came in. But this photograph, this product is called Quick Brick. It's not a fire kiln brick. It's a structural brick. The problem with true bricks is I've got to put the gray cinder block behind it for the structural strength, and it's a brick is merely a veneer, and that is very costly construction. This Quick Brick looks like brick. It's got a smooth finish. In fact, if you were to go up and look at it, touch it, you would say it's a brick material. But it's a structural brick, it's 8 inches thick, and I don't have to have any, I'm not doing double construction with that. And then I've got one last picture. Split face CMU, smooth face CMU, textured metal panel, quick brick, structural brick. So where we're thinking of putting the brick at this point in time is in this element, our main entrance. This is where the pedestrians are coming in and out, and probably a portion of the bottom of the, or it could even be this entire piece of the tire center that we're showing in split face CMU. So I know I can meet the percentage that we're suggesting in our amendment.
So the kind of burnt orange looking, the pillars or whatever you want to call them, that's not brick. That's the quick brick that you...
Yeah, currently that is split face CMU.
Okay.
And I will make the change. I mean, if Plan Commission recommends approval of this 25%, I can make modifications to our building and incorporate that brick look.
Okay, and then lastly, you talked about some voluntary screening that would completely shield neighbors from seeing the site. Does that screening hinge upon approval of these conditions, or is that something you're planning to do anyway? Or is it if you get the decrease and the required materials, then you will do that? Or
if we get approval for the plan that we intend to build, we will do that. When we extend the sidewalk to that neighborhood, we'll also do that.
And if these conditions are not approved, then you're not sure if you're going to do that?
I don't know if I have a economical project that I can build. I'm basically doubling the landscaping with these new requirements. And
fair enough.
You know, I don't see that in any of the commercial areas in Lincoln. You know, screening a parking lot with 10-foot high shrubs. Your current requirement calls for, I believe, 3 to 4 foot. We're willing to do that. With a 3 or 4 foot shrub, you can screen parked cars. I put 10 foot in, I'm screening the building.
These kinds of landscape requirements have never been imposed anywhere.
That's it for my questions.
Okay.
Let me just add a comment, though. The difference between screening at the level the planning department has asked for a 3 to 4 foot tall screen, the cost of that plant isn't any different than a plant that will go to 10 feet. So it's not like it's going to cost any more to do a 3 to 4 or a 10.
But your current requirement between commercial and residential is a 60% screen, 10 foot high. I'm willing to do that. Staff wants to see that go to 100%.
So you wouldn't be as concerned about the height as you are the percentage of coverage.
It's the density of the screen that you have
to create.
To create a 100%
yeah.
screen is very expensive, and it's.
I just wanted to make that clear. That it's not so much height. It's what you're really questioning is the density.
The density.
Not the height, but the density.
Right. Okay. And the difference between parking lot screening and screening as between incompatible land uses.
Yes.
And so, again, it's just it's a screening and landscaping requirement that I've never seen.
But that was at the request of the cemetery, correct?
Sorry? The request of the cemetery was to do what we have actually proposed, which is to exceed the city's design standards for screening between incompatible land uses, which is a 60% screen from ground level to 10 feet. We're willing to do that, and the cemetery is willing to accept the plan that we've proposed, but the planning department's recommendation essentially doubles that.
Any other questions? Yes, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Before we go into testimony, maybe we'll take another 5-minute break. Going, we'll have testimony and support. I just reiterate that all three of these items are being talked about together. So when you provide your testimony, you can address all three. Is there anyone here wishing to testify in support?
Good afternoon, members of the Planning Commission. Danae Kalkowski, 1111 Lincoln Mall, Suite 350. I'm appearing today on behalf of those infamous South property owners. So I'm representing Pine Ridge Retail, Pine Ridge Plaza, and Pine Ridge Office, owners of the land and buildings that extend all the way from 14th Street, basically even east of 20th Street. Principals of these entities are Tom White, John Brager, and Dominic and Sean Pines, so some longtime Lincoln developers. This area encompasses 184,000 square feet of retail, office, and service uses. Over the past 20 years, the Pine Ridge owners have made significant financial investments in both public and private infrastructure to develop this area. When this property was annexed and the original use permit was approved back in 1996, so 20 years ago, they actually paid 75% of the cost to put the north 2 through lanes in on Pine Lake Road. They also paid for improvements at 14th Street and the intersection at 16th Street. When the use permit was amended in 2006, they also paid for some additional improvements at the 20th Street intersection. So since 1996, they have invested over $25 million in the construction of improvements to this area. At this time, they have about 160,000 square feet developed. They're anticipating an additional investment of another $4 million to finish developing the last 24,000 square feet. So the result of these public and private investments over the last 20 years is you have three really nice quality developments down here that are home to over 30 national and local tenants, some of whom I think may even be here tonight to testify. These investments were made in reliance upon the full access to Pine Lake Road for these developments at both 16th and 20th Street. And that would have been consistent with the development plans that were approved for these developments. The Pine Ridge owners are supportive of the Costco development on the north side and feel it will be a very positive addition to not only this area but also to the community. However, the conditions for approval of the new development should not penalize existing commercial and residential neighbors by reducing their full access to 16th Street. We met with representatives of Costco before they ever submitted their initial plans and have had several conversations with them since. And I think if you've heard this afternoon, they've been responsive to the concerns that my clients have raised about the access at both 16th and 20th Street. Not only are these improvements necessary to continue to serve the development south of Pine Lake Road, I believe they're also beneficial, as Mark mentioned, to the development on the north side. Having the full access and a signal at 16th Street helps Costco address some of their neighborhood concerns, and it also allows access between the two developments. You wouldn't even be able to go across the street between developments at 16th Street with just a three-way intersection. One of the main reasons the city lists for not supporting the signal at 16th Street is because it does not meet the access management policy standards. And I think the traffic study initially is based upon those standards. The problem of it is these access points were put in place back in 1996, 20 years ago, when we didn't have that access policy in place. So when the city is considering adding commercial development in an area that already has existing commercial and residential development, the standards can't simply just be applied. I mean, the standards have to be taken into consideration with what impact they would have on the already built environment and the reliance that the existing property owners and tenants have made in this area. Allowing a signal at 16th Street will not unreasonably impact the flow of traffic on Pine Lake Road. Yes, it will have an impact, but I don't think an unreasonable impact. And as Mark mentioned, there's already, this is a unique intersection where you already have to do a T basically at 14th Street. So it's not like there's a continuous flow of traffic as you go, to the west or come from the west going east. And as Mark mentioned, there's many other examples in the city of commercial developments that have signalized access that don't meet, the current access policy management or access management policy standards. We're supporting Costco's amendments that would delete the Planning Commission condition to turn this back into a three-way intersection and support the full access at this intersection along with the signal at both 16th and 20th Street. Removal of the signal will cause detrimental impacts to the Pine Ridge commercial development, which would force more traffic into the neighborhood to the south of us, which is the Vavrina Meadows neighborhood, as people look for alternative routes to get to a full access opening. The city needs to protect the existing development and businesses and the investments that have been made in the area on the south side and keep a full intersection at 16th Street with this signal. At this stage, I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Questions for Danae?
Do your, I don't know what the right word is, but the business owners you represent, do they have a position on the other amendments that we have before us here today?
No.
They don't have a position on the 20th Street? Keeping
Yeah, on the 20th, yes, on 16th and 20th.
Both of
Not
those,
on your,
okay.
I guess I was thinking not on your landscaping and that sort of thing,
the
but yes.
The screening and they're neutral?
They're
or
neutral
not?
on
Okay.
that. I don't think there's a large impact on them to the south side for the screening, et cetera. But they want the full access left at both 20th and 16th Street with the signals.
If the signal warrants don't support that and there's only one light, how do they stand then?
I think we felt that the signal warrants were going to be met at 20th Street first. I think when we did our development, there was the potential for the signal at 20th Street. I think the main thing would be to have the full access, so there's the potential to meet warrants at the 16th Street signal also.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thanks.
Is there anyone else here wishing to testify in support of this item?
Good evening. My name is Aaron Harold, home address 5150 South 78th Street, Lincoln, Nebraska. I'm representing the Amigo Skiing Classics at 1515 Pine Lake Road. We are in support of a light at 16th and at 20th. We have several reasons being just in general the flow of traffic. I've been at that location since 2010. I probably see more traffic and am more qualified as far as the flow of traffic than most people because I see it outside my drive-through window and outside the regular window 10 hours a day. We need a light at 16th, we need a light at 20th. I know that the concerns are that it's going to slow down the flow of traffic or cause whatever. But at this point right now what's going on is I'm concerned about the safety of the students. It would be nice for them to be able to push the button and have a crosswalk to get across safely. I'm concerned about the neighborhood in general, about getting in and out of the neighborhood and getting in and out of our business efficiently. It's a good idea. Some of the arguments that have been brought forward about Costco coming in that area and the traffic congestion and this and that, I find are unreasonable. At this point, the police actually sit out on 16th on the north side about every 3 weeks for about 5 hours writing speeding tickets. So part of the point of putting a light at 16th and at 20th is to control the traffic and slow it down for the safety of the entire neighborhood and for the students, in my opinion. Basically, that's pretty much all I have. I'm in support of it. I think it's needed. I think it'll hurt our business, and I think it'll hurt our neighborhood if we don't do this. Does anybody have any questions?
Questions? Thank you. Is there anyone else here wishing to testify in support of this item? Is there anyone here wishing to testify in opposition to this item? Please come forward.
Good afternoon. My name's Amy Best. I reside at 7433 South 21st Street in Lincoln, a resident of Vavrina. been involved when the neighborhood committees started to come around, and I will be very honest, trying to get information and gather the information, I feel like a squirrel gathering my nuts. As you can see, I have to collate and process and look. One of your concerns that you had mentioned about the traffic study is a concern of mine as well. While in the traffic impact study on page 3, it is a very nice summary of the data. I would like to point out that the actual dates of the observations are all varying. So for example, the date of the traffic study at 14th and Pine Lake was October 30th of 2014. The date of the traffic study at 27th and Pine Lake was January 27th of 2015. Those were city studies that were done. The new studies that were done were for 4 days from March 13th, 15th, 16th, and 17th of 2016. When I first looked at the traffic study, I honestly panicked and thought, you cannot be telling me they did this during spring break. No, they did it the week after, which is the start of fourth quarter. It is the start of our school activities, which have not fully functioned. It is our spring events, sports, so we have baseball, soccer, that type of activity, and it was just starting at the time of the traffic study. One of the intersections that was actually studied throughout the day through the time periods that they had mentioned, and I believe it was the city had mentioned, from 7 to 9, 11 to 2, and 3 to 6, was the YMCA Drive intersection at 14th Street. The other intersection that was monitored during those times was Helen Witt, the Ridge Road, and Pine Lake Road. The other two intersections that are actually dramatically impacted by this activity were monitored between 7 and 9 and 3 and 6. The intersection at 16th and Pine Lake Road, where our children come in and out of frequently, and is obviously the point of contention here at the meeting, missed the Tuesday PLC day dismissal for our high school students at 2:03 because the traffic study did not resume again until 3 p.m. The traffic study done at 20th and Hazel Scott Drive was completed on Wednesday, March 16th, again from 7 to 9 and 3 to 6. What I found very interesting in reviewing that traffic study is they actually caught 2 pedestrians, so these would be middle school students, jotting across Pine Lake Road there, rather than going to the crosswalk, I don't even know the distance, half block up. There was no traffic study done to incorporate the crosswalk signal. So I am concerned that we don't have the full picture of what this neighborhood does. I had submitted a letter previously, and in my letter I stated that the Scott Middle School enrollment, based on the LPS snapshot for the 2016 and 2017 school year, was 1,020 students. However, as you may have heard in the news, on September 30th, which is actually the enrollment count day, Scott Middle School had 1,124 students. That's a 10% increase that LPS wasn't even actually prepared for, I would say. They didn't have that in their preps. Scott Middle School is the biggest middle school in the city of Lincoln, and it is right next door to this. The high school students are in a unique situation where they have no option but to pretty much exit onto 14th Street. They drive, they're a little bit more cognitive. They're not the ones darting across 14th Street when you're waiting for the crosswalk. The middle school students are. And I am concerned that the way this traffic pattern is set up, that we are forcing the traffic closer to the middle school rather than further away. Thank you for your time.
Any questions?
Yeah.
Tracy?
With what we know, that this land is up for sale and it's going to be developed, if you don't want Costco there, what can you envision going there? What would you be okay with?
In my letter, I stated I would very much like the development that is to the south of it. It is a good mix of retail, commercial. We've got a smaller strip center. They have done a very good job of staggering the buildings, so you're not looking through and just seeing, buildings. They've staggered their buildings, they've staggered their parking lot. They've really been able to incorporate somewhat of a neighborhood feel. And I do realize this corner is going to be developed. But at this point, we are looking at a very big development coming in, and we have no other options once this goes forward.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Best? Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else here wishing to testify in opposition to this item? Come on up.
Hello. My name is Christy Dianasopoulos, and my address is 2421 Switchback Road, Lincoln 68512. And that is why I'm here, is because I live in the Ridge neighborhood. And I have, well, I don't want to repeat any of the concerns. I have very similar ones that have been mentioned. I want to point out that I live on Switchback Road, and I'm going to show not a very good map compared to everybody else's, but I would like to show.
There it is.
There we go. What I've experienced, we've lived in our home for 9 years. We live at about the H on Switchback. And what happens for the Scott Middle School traffic, and as I said, for the last 9 years, it's been about the same volume every year, is people cut through our neighborhood. And they follow this yellow line, and it seems like, wow, it seems longer, or maybe farther. But if you notice, they are missing 3 stoplights. So we easily get over 100 cars a day on our street. This is a residential street, both in the morning and afternoon. About 2 weeks ago, I went out to get my newspaper a little bit late. It was about 7:40, and 8 cars went past the front of our house on our street in a very short period of time. So for some reason, people have identified this as a cut through. Obviously, in our opinion, it was poor planning when this neighborhood was developed. And I think the majority of us who live in this neighborhood say, okay, we live close to a school. You know what? It's twice a day, 180 days a year. We put up with it, right? But I guess what I'm concerned about is with Costco coming in, are these folks going to also use this cut through in our neighborhood? And my biggest concern is that we are, I guess, anticipating that 14th and Old Cheney may be closed for 2 years. So when that closes, then what happens? And so I'm just really, really concerned about those of us who live in the neighborhood and how that impacts us. I know that, I guess before we moved into our home, this area right here is really busy. And it was, I think our neighborhood association approached the city about possibly putting a light there and trying to decrease some of this volume. So we were told there were 2 options. We could look into putting in a light or speed bumps. And you know what, putting in speed bumps, we would have to pay for them. We would have to pay to maintain them. And when you have speed bumps, it's difficult to remove snow, so we would have to pay to remove the snow in our neighborhood. So needless to say, we decided to not do that. As far as the light goes, they told us, if you build it, they will come. And I feel like some of the comments made today about putting in some of these stoplights, my kids went to Scott for a total of 6 years between the 2 of them, and 8 years total at Southwest. I've driven on Pine Lake and in this neighborhood morning and after school many, many times. And I don't think what's being factored in is if you put in a stoplight, the traffic pattern will change. More people will use that. And I guess having been in a car for many hours, driving my kids and being on Pine Lake Road when it was raining or snowing, or if an accident happened, that traffic backs up quite frequently, and I'm just really concerned about adding stoplights on Pine Lake. The traffic studies need to take into consideration that if a traffic light is put there, how is the traffic going to change? Because people avoid some of these intersections because there isn't an easy way to turn or whatnot, and our neighborhood's a perfect example. They cut right through. So I'm very, very concerned about the impact it's gonna have on the kids going to school, the parents driving to school. Southwest is, 1,600 kids that need to get to school there every day, and a lot of them are young, inexperienced drivers, and including mine. So I just have a lot of concerns. And I guess I just want to make one other comment, is that I work for the Lincoln Parks Foundation, and we recently completed a campaign to raise money for the Woods Tennis Center that's going in Woods Park. We increased our campaign goal by $300,000 to add brick facade and landscaping. That building was going in the middle of a park, and the city required us to do that to make it look nice for the neighbors in the neighborhood. That was private fundraising. The city had that standard, and while nobody wants to be told they need to raise $300,000 more, we did, and the end product is going to be better. In Lincoln, we want to be proud of the buildings that are built, and we want them to look nice. And I'm concerned about the proposed design standards, because our neighborhood, and I know Mr. Hove probably knows better because he's the president, but we have design standards. We have to have a particular kind of shingle, siding. We have to have so many gallons of plant materials, when people build new, and even we have to maintain that. So I'm concerned about decreasing the design standards of this project too, because our neighborhoods have high standards. And if Costco would like to be a neighbor, then I feel like they should have high standards, just like us as homeowners are required.
Questions, Mrs. Dionne?
I have more of a comment, but instead of the speed bumps, look at doing some street art. It'll help slow down the traffic. Paint a mural on the street.
Okay.
It really works, trust me.
I have never heard that before. Interesting.
I have one in front of my house. I could tell you a really funny story about my brother and his comments. He thought that they were driving by to watch him. But yeah, it really does work, so look into it. Just street art. That's the word in the city website.
Yeah. Well, our neighborhood association may have to look into that.
So just clarifying, you talked about design standards, and that the staff report obviously requires quite a bit more of design standards than what the applicant is proposing.
Right. Yeah.
Do you feel, as an interested party and a stakeholder, do you feel that what's proposed by staff does that alleviate some of your concerns?
Yes. Actually, that was the first time I've ever seen any designs, and I actually was impressed by that. Because I guess I don't frequent Costco's, but the ones that I have seen are very warehouse looking, similar to what our Woods Tennis Center steel building was going to look like. And once you put facades and landscaping, it completely changes the look.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Anything else? Thank you. Is there anyone else here wishing to testify in opposition to this item?
Hi, I'm Debbie Stewart. I live at 3617 Potomac Lane. I guess I would just start by saying, and maybe addressing one of your questions just regarding the development of that property in the first place. I'm realizing that there's an enormous umbrella that is what is to be considered B2 zoning. And while I'm not opposed to development or, potentially the rezoning of that land, in my my belief is that, there is an enormous difference between what is a Costco and what is, for example, the residential business development that's directly across the street from that Costco. That being said, in listening to all that's being presented today, there seem to be a lot of accommodations necessary to make this particular location work for this particular business, which is all easily resolvable. Land is obviously not scarce in Lincoln, but all easily resolvable by simply selecting a different location. And I know Costco is opposed to any other location than this. But Highway 77 is 5 minutes down the road, and Costco is a destination store. I think many members in Lincoln drive all the way to Omaha, so Highway 77 would be, a real breath of fresh air compared to that, I would assume. As Mr. Hunsaker so accurately pointed out, there is no other similar business in Lincoln without a full access to an arterial road. I also want to point out that Pine Lake Road, the only major arterial road relevant to this project is actually 14th Street, which has very limited right turn only, right exit only, right turn only entrance and exit. Pine Lake Road is a minor arterial, and quite frankly, without that light on 16th Street, unless I've misunderstood, there is no point in this entire development that allows full access. Which is absolutely contrary to the way our community has developed any other similar style warehouse retailer, and definitely contrary to our master plan. I think the point that is so clearly being made is that this is not the best location for a Costco. It's not suitable to accommodate the Costco based upon the streets, the traffic light allocations, definitely putting this enormous, the country's largest warehouse retailer directly in between two of our schools. I know the traffic study didn't indicate a lot about the pedestrian traffic, but our sporting teams are running up and down those roads. Those Scott middle schoolers are using those roads to get to the YMCA program after school. There is a lot of pedestrian activity. It just, even pertaining then to the aesthetic of it, I can't even see a scenario where this enormous warehouse, which I believe sits significantly above street level, and I did not see today and have not seen any rendering of what this might look like from the street. So if we're talking from how will it fit into the neighborhood standpoint, I really don't see how any amount of landscaping, stone, brick, masonry material will change the fact that this is an enormous warehouse retailer, in the middle of a neighborhood where there is nothing comparable or compatible. So I think, I've written several letters, so I don't want to repeat all of the information, although I stand by and still think most, if not all, of what I've already written is still relevant in this hearing today, even based upon the modifications that have been made. So I'm very hopeful that rather than approving this for Costco, that our city planners will help Costco find a better and more suitable location that is more easily accessible to our community at large and is not going to so significantly impact our schools and our neighborhoods.
Any questions for Ms. Stewart? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Is there anyone else here wishing to testify in opposition?
Hi. My name is Sarah McCurley, and I live at 6600 South 21st Street, which is in the Rolling Hills Ridge neighborhood. So I have also, like Debbie, sent 3 data-filled, research-substantiated letters to the planning department with details on why I am opposed to the zoning change and the Costco proposal to build at 14th and Pine Lake. I don't want to repeat anything that's been said here, and I don't want to go through all of the details that I'm hoping you guys have read. But in brief, I want to highlight some of what I think are the major issues or things for consideration. And I guess she answered that about how they do use those sidewalks. Janelle, you had asked. And yeah, Scott middle schoolers use that for gym. Girls on the Run, they use, Southwest Track Team uses that bike path and those sidewalks for their athletes. Never mind that it is a bike path. So the first thing is I requested data from the Lincoln Police Department and actually worked with them to try to find a comparable location anywhere in Lincoln, as is 14th and Pine Lake, near to schools, even 3. Nobody's mentioned Adams. It's a little distant, but I still think it impacts the traffic study. And we could not come up with a similar location in all of Lincoln. Having said that, Pine Lake Road, Ridge Road to 27th Street area is among Lincoln's top 20 highest accident locations. It is ranked number 16. To try to give a comparison to that, I looked at what happened to be the number 1 intersection with the most accidents, and that is in Lincoln, North 27th and Superior, where Sam's Club and Walmart, Costco's competitors, are located. I found this interesting. There's been 227 calls to the Lincoln Police Department on Pine Lake Road between 14th and Helen Witt. That's not even all the way to 27th. From this year till first of the year till beginning of October, and 91 calls, mostly traffic and hazards on 14th and Old Cheney Road intersection, which I think is an important intersection for you to consider in your approval, because it is the access road from anywhere north in Lincoln. And the other thing to consider is that anyone coming north from Highway 77, North Lincoln, anywhere on 14th does not have an access point on that principal arterial road into the Costco. They have to come down and through Pine Lake and so if we're thinking this way, if a Lincoln allows Costco to build at this proposed location, we're taking an area that is already in the top 20 for accidents and adding something that we know, based on this comparison data, will greatly increase the amount of accidents. Unlike Superior and North 27th, which are both principal arterial roads, Pine Lake is a minor arterial road, and it dead ends into 14th and is also sandwiched between 2 schools, a cemetery, and a residential neighborhood, which you know, but I just have to say. So next, I sent a letter highlighting the differences between the only Costco in the United States of their 700 to be located next to a school, which is in La Habra, California. Some of the highlighted differences that make La Habra, California's Costco next to a school different from the proposed Lincoln location that is next to 2 schools is that, 1, it replaced an existing shopping mall. It was located on a 6-lane highway. They had 4 entrances and exits spread out on 2 main principal arterial roads, none sharing access with the school. Hazel Scott, Ridge Road, Helen Witt is the only access to Scott Middle School. Whittier Christian School, which is the La Habra school, has 578 students. Scott and Southwest have approximately 3,000. That does not include Adams, by the way. At the time that Costco built in La Habra, they had an 11% unemployment rate. Lincoln is one of the lowest unemployment rates in the country. La Habra population, 60,000. Lincoln, about 250,000. All things I think are important to consider. And I have other details in that report. My next, and I have a picture of the Google satellite image if you want to see it. And my next point is in regards with new things that I hadn't heard up until today. I would mention to Costco, like to mention to Costco anyway, that the increased landscaping design impositions, as you call them, are different because, in my mind, you're asking for a rezoning change, right? That seems why. We can ask those things. Some of the other problems with the new plans, like I already mentioned, is the access. It seems in the new plan, actually, that you are making Hazel Scott a local road, a school road, the main entrance to Costco and the gas station. You said that this will be, most people come in and get gas. Well, I have a problem with that. We need to use a principal arterial road for an entrance to a place like Costco. Costco even says that the restricted entrance and exit accesses on this site is unheard of anywhere. Please take note of that. They're making my point for me. I have some issues, like were already mentioned with the traffic study. I find it disappointing that they use manual data and not data from Costco, which is the most popular and highly shopped at big box retailer in the country.
Could you finish up, please?
Yes, sorry. Is that what that beeping is? Okay. So lastly, I think we've worked hard to come up with conditions to make this location work for Costco in vain. I don't think these conditions are going to keep our children safe. None of these conditions make this location fit within our city's master plan. None of these conditions keep our drivers safe. None of these conditions make this a viable location for Costco. Costco is a destination store. Lincoln is a city with a lot of available space. We are not California. Lincoln wants Costco, and Costco wants Lincoln. Can't we compromise? Find a location where Costco will be successful, and Lincoln will also retain its promise to our community. So I urge you to vote not to approve this.
Questions from Ms. McLaurin? Thank you. Is there anyone else here wishing to testify in opposition?
My name is Julie Pell. I live on Shadow Ridge Road, the closest house to this development, the closest house any could be. I think the 16th Street stoplight is imperative if this development goes forward, because somebody asked the question, I'm not sure who it was. If the 16th Street light isn't put in, every single piece of traffic that wants to come out of anything that's developed there must come out onto Hazel Scott to go east. Every single piece of traffic that wants to go east would have to come out onto Hazel Scott if there was no light at 16th Street. 6859 Shadow Ridge Road.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here wishing to testify in opposition?
Jeff Lapine, 2120 Southern Light Drive. I'm going to try my best to stay within the 5 minutes, but I'm going to speak in two capacities. One, I'm the vice president of the Ridge South Homeowners Association, which is the one association directly to the north of where this is being built. And then two, individually. So I'm going to try to stay within the 5 minutes, but request possibly additional time. As my position as the vice president, it's hard to even get a gauge of our membership because the plans keep changing. The most recent plan had the new left turn in from Hazel Scott. That's the first time we had ever seen that. Before it was a right turn, right in, right out only. So we can't go to our membership and say, okay, is this okay, when there's a new plan that says something different? But some of the concerns we have in our neighborhood is traffic, of course, which everybody's mentioned, but parking is also an issue. When Scott has an event, Scott's parking lot clearly isn't big enough, so they end up going farther and farther into our neighborhood. The last event Scott had, now my daughter's at Scott, it reached my neighborhood on Southern Light Drive. And because there's not a whole bunch of room for multiple vehicles to be going in opposite ways if cars are parked on both sides of the street. And Scott, I believe they said it's roughly 1,100 students, possibly could get bigger. I believe this is sixth grade class was the biggest they've ever had, and I think they're expecting next year's to be probably the same. So I don't even think Scott's at capacity yet. We have the issue with noise, light, how this may affect our property values. I've lived there since 2003. I never would have expected a Costco being built there or a big box store being built in that area. I expected it to be more residential because that's what it was zoned for, or agricultural. With regard to our requirements about brick, we have 4 lots, or 4 different types of lots, A, B, C, and D. I believe A and B are very close to what you have in the Ridge. Our C lots, we require 50% brick on 3 sides. Our D lots, which is our lowest lot, it's still 40% brick. I don't think requiring Costco to put in 40% brick would be unreasonable, because that's what our lowest lot is. And then we also have the issue, we have a cemetery easement on Shadow Ridge Road. So presumably with Costco taking all this land, they may be using that easement, which is going to cut right through our neighborhood. and presumably they can build an access road. There was an empty lot that forever we all thought was just an empty lot that couldn't be sold. It is an easement, access easement for the cemetery. And if Costco builds, presumably that easement is going to be used. So those are my concerns as the vice president of Ridge South. My concerns as an individual is I have a daughter that goes to Scott. She went to Adams. We were a transfer, so technically we're in the Hill District. So I've dealt with the Scott traffic. It's terrible now. And also where my office is, I take Hazel Scott from 20th, Pine Lake, under 16th to get to my office every single day. It is terrible around school time and when school lets out. Adding more traffic because of the Costco and these other developments is only going to make it worse. I'm also a personal injury lawyer, and I see that much as we want kids to cross at crosswalks and things like that, they don't always do it. Presumably some parents may park in the new parking lot, but there's no crosswalk that's being provided for that, other than the one closer to Scott. Kids aren't going to go down way down there. They're just going to cross the easiest place they can. It doesn't look like there's any consideration for those students that cross illegally. And again, we tell them not to, they do it. It's even worse in the wintertime, where parents can't get real close to the curb because of snow or ice. So parents park farther away and kids just run out because it's cold and all of that. Yes, we don't want them to do it, but it's a fact of life. The kids do it. It seems like they lose a little bit of common sense. They just want to get out in the cold and see their friends, play with their phones. Or they're looking at their phones. And I think that needs to be our main concern. I mean, Costco's asking you guys to do an experiment, basically. Can we put a Costco in between two big schools? And I don't think you should let them. I'd be happy to take any questions that you might have.
Any questions for Mr. Lampin? Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else here wishing to testify in opposition to this item? Do we have questions for staff? Rachel, you want to come up? Go ahead, Janelle.
Rachel, I don't think we've ever had 3 pages of proposed amendments to the staff report before. So can you, like, walk us through what you're not okay with and why not on the amendments?
Sure. So in general, I can say that we would not find any of the amendments acceptable. We would recommend approval of the conditions as they appear in the staff report. I'd have to defer to Lonnie on the traffic-related ones, but did you want me to just go through them individually?
Yeah, what are the main reasons for why you're not okay?
Okay, sure.
Your microphone isn't on.
So, let's see. I guess starting with 2.1.7. On the common access easement over the funeral home driveway. We oppose this change as they have made it because the wording essentially implies closure as being a permanent change, as opposed to when we say blocked during funeral services, that's a temporary, it implies a temporary blocking. So, we would not want that permanently blocked if there was a common access easement shown for it. The next one on the right-of-way for the roundabout, I think we've talked about that we would want to show that, make sure that's shown on the plan for future use. For the traffic signal at 16th Street, let's see.
Can we maybe?
Yeah, I can put him up
Lonnie
there,
might have to come
sorry.
up, but I've got a question about that one. It seems backwards to me to go from a stoplight to a roundabout. I mean, I think a roundabout would go in first, and then if it's not if the volume's too much, then you need a stoplight?
I hope not, because we're going to build like 50 in the next 10 years. We've got a pretty aggressive program to look at roundabouts at lots of intersections throughout the city. Some unsignalized, several signalized. Just kind of depends on the traffic flow, the historical safety, the crash patterns that have been there. They're sort of our first form of traffic control now. You're probably familiar with the project going on down at Yankee Hill, so pretty much anything at that spacing criteria that's been talked a lot about tonight. So full movement, quarter-mile and half-mile intersections, those are intended to absolutely be roundabouts. They might be single lane that grow up to be dual lane roundabouts someday, but that's kind of where we're headed as far as national best practices and moving forward. So I don't think with this project and the number of signals and things that we have down in this immediate area, we're realistic. Even a traffic engineer that's a huge roundabout fan like me, there's a sense of reality of what we can probably fund and squeeze into this location day one. But certainly anytime we have a chance to be smart and get right away and save the tax dollars for those things long term, whether it's 20 or 30 years from now when Lonnie's gone, there very may well be a roundabout there. So just kind of part of our planning practice.
Could you walk us through so from a layman's perspective, like when I'm driving down 27th Street and I'm driving by South Point, there's 3 traffic signals within 6 blocks there. So what's the main hang up with the 16th Street traffic signal?
Really the primary reason is I think some of the comments that have been made tonight when South Point moved forward, which has been a great development. Those access management policies and things weren't in place at that time, and they are now. It's kind of our job, I think, in working for the public and working for you folks to give our professional recommendations and expertise. And just because we've done something, one way previously, doesn't mean we should not attempt to become smarter and better and develop new standards. And, we're doing things like now with the signal system, we've quit putting loops down in the pavement that cause potholes. We've done that for 50 or 60 years in this city, and we're not doing it anymore. And it's a great thing. And it's a new standard, an example of something that, is just a new way that we do business. And the access management policy is very similar to that.
Isn't this or South Point considered a commercial center as well, and this would not be? So that's part of the reason you wouldn't put stoplights that close together?
Yeah, this one, it's really tight to 14th, and I know we've heard some of the comments about, Pine Lake doesn't extend further west. It kind of dead ends at the school, but I will tell you operationally we're going to open up these southbound dual left turn lanes, if this project moves forward. And so if you can envision side-by-side folks stacked in 300-foot plus turn lanes that all are turning southbound to eastbound, the amount of weaving maneuvers and things of people fighting to either get into right away the traffic signal turn lanes that would be at 16th Street, it really creates some operational challenges for us, some signal timing challenges for us. We're trying to improve upon a lot of that, and so this signalized location at that specific spot just really kind of fights against some of those things we're trying to do. I do have they mentioned the memo earlier, and we did receive from Shane King, who authored Olson's traffic study, and he's not here tonight. The traffic engineers aren't, but they did provide a quick memo with some of that comparative information between kind of the existing unsignalized 16th Street, what it would be like with the recommended 3/4 access location, and a couple of those nuances. And I kind of asterisked there that they did say that this was kind of a quick stab memo, basically, and from working with Shane on this, it didn't really include the kind of a network-wide analysis. It really didn't consider the adjacent intersections at all. It didn't
consider traffic signal warrants. It was really just kind of a stab at, hey, if we put a traffic signal there, what would it operate like? Which was, you know, some beneficial information, but definitely not an exhaustive review. What this shows, just pointing out, and this probably doesn't show up very well, but number 1, 2, 3, and 4 there. Number 1 is really just the existing conditions, and it shows, like that's been pointed out, the north-south level of service, you know, it shows some D's and F's there, so just like letter grades, it's not great under existing conditions, again, during the peak hour, so people trying to cross in the north and southbound direction. They did show operations as a signalized location, and you might not be able to see those here, but northbound and southbound level of service is still at level of service D with a signal. That's based on the current timing and the cycle lengths that we would implement down there for that. So even with a traffic signal, although we show level of service C, east and west, and a few A's, north and south would operate at level of service D, so not great. Option number 3 was really what they called kind of a modified 3/4 access, which was sort of a fallback position, I think, to if we went ahead and implemented sort of a left in, right out for Costco on the north, and then did not restrict movements for the businesses on the south, just basically perpetuated the current kind of access they have today. That one shows some improvements east-west, level of service B from Costco, and of course, if you're trying to make a left out, which is the big delayed movement, it's like existing, it's level of service F. And then the final option, which was number 4 in the comparison, which again was the consultant, the applicant's engineer's recommendation was for this 3/4 access. Shows A's and B's east-west, shows B's southbound, and shows a B and then a C coming out of the site. So you can see pretty blatantly getting rid of D's and E's and F's and things and going to an option like number 4 is why the consultant recommended that. It's why we have that condition in the study. It's the safest, most efficient form of traffic control for that, for the time being and for this development. So,
is there anything that you can add about the concern of all eastbound desired traffic out of Costco having to go to Hazel Scott Drive to get to Pine Lake to go east? Or is that stacking distance that was talked about with the Olson traffic engineers, is that sufficient? Do you have any concerns about how that could affect the neighborhood to the north by moving all that traffic to the east?
yeah, you know, we've worked with them quite a bit on that layout, and actually I've been pretty appreciative of the information they've come back with. They've actually tried to jog that access point a little bit further north, and they've been good to work with in that regards to try and get these necessary storage length requirements in for the southbound direction. You know, that segment of street from the access point down to the signal at Pine Lake, it'll be a busy segment of roadway. The thing that they've got laid out in there is basically to not allow rights in. So the comment about cut-through traffic, in theory, coming through the neighborhood, you would have to go down to the signal and then out on Pine Lake. So it will not be an attractive way to cut through the neighborhood to get into that access point. So that's a good thing that they've done. As far as the volumes going to the east, you know, I know the consultant looked at right-out volumes at 18th, right-out volumes at 16th. We allow U-turns at signalized locations and unsignalized median breaks, so certainly those U-turn movements would be able to facilitate that as well if folks so desired to do that.
But if there's no median at Hazel Scott, along Hazel Scott, then what prevents somebody from pulling out, heading south, and then immediately pulling a U-turn and going through the neighborhood? Or vice versa, following through the neighborhood and then pulling a U-turn and then pulling into.
Well, I think the first movement that you mentioned is maybe the one that would be more likely to happen if somebody sort of wanted to break the rules of the road and do that. That will be a one-way, a slimmer roadway that's coming outbound, and it will have a fairly dramatic hook to it. So if you're driving outbound, certainly you could get out into the public street right-of-way of Hazel Scott and probably bend back against the grain to go north through the neighborhood. I don't think you're probably gonna be able to make that movement coming from the neighborhood to enter the site unless you want to go against head-on outbound traffic, which,
Yeah.
you know, is conceivable, I guess, but it'd be a difficult one to make. I don't know that anybody's totally opposed, and I'm not sure Costco is either about, you know, maybe trying to do something else geometrically there. It just seemed like what they currently came up with was sort of a compromise to allow that current cross section, allow LPS to do some on-street parking up past that, and so that's kind of why that landed where it is. Yeah.
Other questions?
Yeah, so when I heard that the business owners to the south were in support, I was hoping that would be something that maybe would bring us a little bit closer together. But now that I hear that they are in support of Costco's amendments as it relates to 16th and 20th, now I'm wondering, and this is just theorizing, but if we were to come up with some kind of combo of incorporating some of these amendments and others not, what are the domino effects of, you know, non-traffic experts making these calls on the planning commission level, and what opportunities will others have to correct any potential mistakes that us laymen could very potentially make?
Well, I think what you have before you this evening and what's been presented is, you know, traffic study information by trained professional traffic engineers, and I think that information has been reviewed by trained professional traffic engineers, and so I think the recommendations that are in the study and are in the conditions of approval is where we're at from my perspective. I'm not great at everything. I'm trying to finish my basement right now. Just ask my wife. But one thing I'm pretty confident in is the traffic engineering discipline. There's about 3,000 licensed PTOEs roaming around on planet Earth, and I'm one of those. And this study was done by Olson Associates, one of those people as well. And so I think we have a good game plan. I'm pretty confident it will be the best game plan. Will it be perfect? No. You know, there's some options here to fall back to maybe looking at the 3/4 access for Costco and leaving it open on the south side as currently operates today. I don't think we're adamantly opposed to that. I think people need to realize that, you know, long-term someday, you know, are there crashes or other things that happen that make that less desirable, and from a public works perspective, you know, kind of force us as part of our annual crash studies and things that we look at to look at, you know, more permanent fixes there. So, yeah.
So if we were to incorporate these amendments, you, in your view, it would it set off a negative domino effect as it relates to your assessment of the traffic at the site?
Certainly not the amendments for landscaping and things like that are not my bailiwick, but for traffic signals, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I would not want to see us fall back to a traffic signal at 16th. And by the way, I think, you know, Chairman Hove has mentioned it too, that, you know, we don't go install a signal until it's warranted by volume. It has not been warranted to date at that location. I would not anticipate it to satisfy warrants under this development condition. I don't think the applicant's engineer would anticipate that it would satisfy warrants under this development condition as well. I think it was mentioned earlier, we typically have big box developments that maybe always have, you know, a couple signals or whatever the comment was. I know, you know, up north we've got a Walmart on Superior that's got one traffic signal, and it's got an unsignalized full intersection at 31st and Superior. We've got a Hy-Vee right next to that that has one traffic signal. We've got Walmarts up on the north end of town and others that have one traffic signal. We've got a Hy-Vee up there that has one traffic signal, and now it's got an open full intersection on Holdridge. So I think I calculated up, this proposed site has like between 16 to 18 turning movements in and out that provide access to this development. I think 16 to 18 individual movements is plenty. I think one traffic signal is probably warranted at some point, and that's also plenty. Two will not be warranted.
Other questions for staff?
This might have been in the reading, and I just can't find it right now. But have we measured how many trips per day this proposal is going to generate? I'm just...
Yeah, so the site that was presented with the data analyzed, I think it's somewhere right around 5,000 daily trips. That's both in and out. That's pretty typical, I think, as the gentleman presented today. Honestly, the intensity of some of that with their more compressed opening and closing hours, you know, those volumes could certainly be higher with some other type of development. I think the peak period numbers in the AM were, you know, significantly less, 800 or 900, and the PM peak hour numbers were around 1,400. So, you know, that's both inbound and outbound.
How does that compare to the development across the street with all of those individual businesses?
I don't know that I could put my finger on that on the spot here. Like I mentioned before, we ran some scenarios, I think, or Rachel did, with some other development patterns that would show, you know, there's definitely some more intensive trips that could happen on this proposed site. So,
Yeah, another engineer in Public Works ran a few scenarios for us, one of which was attempting to mirror what's on the south side, and that was found to generally have a larger traffic impact than what is proposed here. And there was an alternative similar scenario with some slight changes. And that was also found to have a greater impact as well. And just for comparative purposes, we did kind of a mixed residential commercial with some multifamily as well as some townhomes. And that was found to have less of an impact, but you can see that this is not very dense at all in terms of development, and the site could certainly accommodate much more than was shown here.
So I want to make sure I heard you right. If it developed on the north like it's developed on the south, it would probably have more daily trips.
Than as proposed, yes. That's what I'm told.
And where did that come from? Where did that information come from?
Randy Hoskins in Public Works did an analysis.
yeah, we just ran kind of a typical ITE chip generation table, just like the consultant did in the traffic study for the proposed type of land use, but did it for a mix of development, just kind of as a couple alternatives to see, you know, because that question has kind of continued to come up, is if not this, what else, and what kind of impacts would it generate, and you know, from kind of a
And was that a traffic study, or was that just kind of an analysis, an IT analysis, you said?
Yeah, so it would have been a trip generation analysis similar to what was done as part of the traffic study. So when they look at developing anticipated traffic volumes for the site, they plug in so many thousand square feet of land uses and then a trip rate for that. And so this was an exercise to simply kind of mimic and do that same kind of a thing, but for different types of uses. So not perfect science, but kind of gave us an idea of, you know, what else could there be. And
Maya?
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Are you asking Lonnie?
Yeah.
Okay, while they're fighting it out, tell me how much larger that impact would be if it developed to this. Did they give you
Have those
numbers?
I don't know how to
Rachel,
read
or-
this spreadsheet.
So I think, if I'm looking at this right, let's see. Yeah, so this one showed somewhere around that.
Here's the table from the actual
Yeah.
traffic study.
So the Costco site showed kind of a net trips in the AM of around 400, and the PM peak was around, 990, and so that was the Saturday that was about 1,400.
Is that per hour?
Those numbers would be during a peak hour, yes.
Okay.
Yep. So 700 in, 700 out, that kind of thing. During the PM peak, it would be, 500 in. This shows 483 outbound, so it breaks it up on a percentage basis, inbound, outbound. There's, all that's detailed in the traffic study, but there's kind of a different assumed percentage of inbound traffic versus outbound traffic during a peak period. And then so as a comparison, I think one of the other ones that Rachel had mentioned, looks like it shows around 1,500 or 1,400 during the PM peak. So I think the scenario that she ran that was more of the commercial ones. Yeah. It probably showed a little bit more intensive impact. The one with the residential showed, of course, less.
So can you go back to so you said about 5,000 daily trips for the Costco. Can you give me daily trip number for similar commercial on the north?
Actually, Steve handed me here that was in and outbound. So the daily trip, the total trips as presented in the Costco study is right just north of 10,000 trips per day. So about 5,000 inbound and 5,000 outbound. That would be in a typical 24-hour period. One of the development scenarios ran here was about 14,000 daily trips. So closer to 7,000 inbound and outbound.
Thank you. Did you guys work it out?
Who's next?
Lonnie, question?
No, I don't have any more Lonnie questions.
So, we heard one of the homeowners talk about alternative development that would be more desirable, something more like the development to the south. From a traffic standpoint, would a development like that be comparable, more, less, same, if we're thinking about the highest use for this particular location? What are they, apples to apples, or
As far as the
as far as
development,
comparing the proposed development with what we heard one of the homeowners say would be a preferable alternative?
well, certainly if what they're thinking is something similar to this, concept A, and maybe it would be different than that. There's a little more size, I think, right, Rachel, on this lot. It's a little deeper than what's available on the south. So I think one of the issues is there's a little more room to actually build buildings on this north site. So thus probably the traffic numbers would be a little more intense than what's on the current existing south side. It's probably the difference of, I guess, whether it's a single larger user versus many smaller ones.
But would on this particular site, several smaller commercial establishments, would they sort of populated the site to the same extent as Costco will? Would they generate comparable traffic?
I think certainly as much, and I think from the numbers that we've shown, probably more, from the example that we went through.
Anything else?
Not for Lonnie.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm not really sure how to word this question to make it understandable. But normally when we develop an area, we look at, this is the typical square footage that would go in here. What would that square footage be for this area that we're looking at? Does that make sense?
The floor area ratio or something like
Yeah,
that? One of
something
these
like that.
smart guys probably knows that,
I mean, what I'm
right,
thinking of
Palmer?
is when we were looking at that storage facility, up north on North 84th, because they were adding multiple levels, they had extra square footage. So I'm trying to say like what, so I don't think this is an applicant question, this is more of a staff question as far as, you know, what would be a standard building size or development size in this area?
So those are that's your ranges.
Typically, it's about 10,000 square feet of commercial space per acre. And so on a site that is 40 acres overall, you'd be looking at potentially you could have fit up to 400,000 square feet. So at 200,000 square feet, they have a lot more parking space in this. It also doesn't probably fully utilize the funeral home space because they are keeping out a fair amount from the development. So ultimately, this center of 199 could have more if the funeral home moved somewhere else within the cemetery and that site developed. But certainly by some of our other standards, it's a lower density use. And in each of these, this one, for instance, was showing about the exact same amount of square footage. It was just a different way of arranging it. We were using the same fairly lower density arrangement.
Thank you.
Okay, I think before we went down the Lonnie rabbit hole, we had started with the, question about the amendments from the applicant. And maybe I can cut to the ones that I really had questions about. Tell me why we have 100% landscape screen.
On the north side.
On the north side from the cemetery.
So that would, as was mentioned, that would exceed what our minimum standard is. And it was essentially to provide additional noise and visual screening to the cemetery, which was one of the concerns brought up repeatedly at the public meetings.
But normally we don't require 100% 10 feet tall. It's usually some, like,
Right.
Usually there's an additional percentage built in there. So what?
I think it's part of.
Why the 100%, I guess?
Well, I think it's part of, I think the standard was 60%, normally. I think it's part of a larger package of the additional screening in general that we're requiring for this development, although we would certainly be requiring more than likely additional screening no matter what kind of commercial went in here. It's not just Costco related.
But that is the cemetery side of the development, right?
Right.
So they're proposing an amendment which is meets or exceeds the design standards and acceptable to the cemetery.
Well,
so if they get the cemetery to agree to it, what's the foxhole here on the 100%?
I think we just wanted to see additional screening on that side. I mean, there's not any frontage that there would be signs that would be blocked from it, like there would be on the other sides of the development.
Okay.
On this drawing, you can see the north side is both to the cemetery, and on the eastern part of the north side, it is also to the residents to the northeast.
Okay.
And so part of the concerns that were expressed at the two neighborhood meetings was both people to the northeast who were concerned about this side of it, particularly the pad site number 6 is on the northeast part of it, and that could be a different commercial use. There have been some limitations so that doesn't necessarily end up being fast food. But that would be another commercial use that the neighbors to the northeast, when they were purchasing their homes, they assumed it was going to be residential in that area. It was not going to be commercial. The other thing that we heard during the hearings, and you got a few letters about, were people who were actually had cemetery plots in the cemetery and were concerned about having some screening for them because they are owners, visitors to the cemetery, in addition to Lincoln Memorial Park Cemetery, the owner themselves. And so our attempt on the north side was both to be able to screen the users of the cemetery as well as the residents to the northeast.
Tell me what 100% screen looks like. Is that a fence? I mean,
With landscape material, it's quite simple. If you're trying to get something 10 foot tall, rather than having gaps in between the landscaping, when it grows up to its full size, it would cover that entire area.
So what do they have to plant initially then?
Typically, it's...
Well, for example, a row of evergreen trees
Mm-hmm.
that were spaced at the mature spacing of that, mature width of each one of those trees, if you planted them at that spacing, that would be 100%, 10 feet. It would exceed 10 feet.
And how long, what's the maturity outlook?
Well, what the standard requires is to plant it at a certain size, I forget what an evergreen is, say 5 feet. But you would plant that plant at 25 feet on center or 15 feet on center, whatever that mature width would be. And it would go in at that size, but the mature width is what you base your standard on.
Yes, and so in other words, typically if you have like a 60% screen trying to cover up the whole area to 10 feet, people do a 6-foot fence along the entire length. So from 0 to 6 feet, they cover 100%, and from 6 feet to 10 feet, they cover 0% of that.
Right.
As a whole, that's a 60% screen. So if you're trying to get to 10 foot high, 100% screen, it just means you plant, rather than doing a 6-foot tall fence, you do a lot more landscaping that might grow to 20 or 30 feet in height. And that's what a lot of our landscape screens are plants that'll grow far beyond 10 feet in height, but when they're initially planted, there's quite a bit of space in between them.
But they could put a 10-foot fence up and satisfy the requirement?
If you're having a 100% screen to 10 feet in height, the 7-foot fence wouldn't do it. And that 10-foot fence is actually structurally quite difficult and expensive to do. So we have very few people who have attempted to try to do any fence above 6 feet. They typically switch to landscaping because it's cheaper and ultimately probably more effective.
And I think you need special permission to go up to 10 feet with fence.
There's a building and safety standard is difficult. So typically I think we've only ever had one applicant that has attempted to look at that.
This land is up kind of on a hill at this point. Will there be land, will the land be leveled or will it stay where it is?
As the applicant was pointing out, the land on the east side is much more level. So they were going to put in a small berm in their landscaping there. As you go further to the west, they're actually cutting the land down, so the Costco will be much lower at that standpoint. So even just some of the fact that the cemetery land is here and the Costco is here, some of the building itself will be hidden from the north simply by the fact that the ground is lower. On the east side, more of it would be exposed because you don't have that cut in the hill.
And could you just confirm this, but if the berm that you showed in section, if that's a 4-foot berm, you would count that 4 feet as part of the 10 feet?
Correct.
For screen, so.
And just also want to mention, there was a statement that the landscaping plan they showed exceeded the minimum requirements. We did an initial review of those plans, and we did not find that they clearly exceeded the minimums in all cases. So that's why one of our conditions was revising the plans as needed to meet minimum and additional screening.
And tell me about what the change from half to 25% of masonry materials would do for the look of the building.
So to start out with, I want to remind everyone that it's not, for the buildings over 50,000 square feet, it's not half of the surface area that we're required to be brick. It's half of 20%. And so we feel that's not an onerous requirement at all.
Half of 20%
of the vertical surface, yeah.
Okay.
So it's really not a whole lot to ask. We do have other developments in South Lincoln that have design standards for commercial developments. Wilderness Hills Commercial, Wilderness Heights, down on Yankee Hill. So it's not unprecedented.
Anything
And
else to know?
so we had less of a requirement for the Costco building, and then a higher requirement for the smaller buildings, just because it should be easier for them to meet that with a smaller size.
And subpart B, right under that with 25%, what's the difference between similar to and compatible with?
So our stance on that change is essentially that by changing it from similar to compatible with, essentially changes it from objective to subjective. Compatible with is a much more subjective thing to assess than similar to, and given that these will be whether or not the buildings as they come in meet the design standards will be assessed based on the architect certifying that they meet the standards rather than being approved by some kind of board, we would like to stick with the more objective standard.
Thanks.
Anyone else?
One question, Rachel. So this proposal requires an amendment to the comprehensive plan. If, now that we know that the land is for sale and that the intention of the owner is not to keep it with the current zoning, what does the planning department feel is the appropriate or ideal zoning for this particular location? Is it what we have in front of us, or is there a higher use, more preferable zoning that if you had your druthers?
That's kind of a tough question. I think we kind of take it as it comes in and look at those individually as they come in. I think if we had had an application come in for some other type of development than commercial, we would look at changing the zoning on that, like, start from scratch, see how it would work at the location.
So it's applicant driven?
A lot of what we do is applicant driven. The future land use in the comprehensive plan is not so much.
What do you think this particular location would change to in the future land use map down the line? If it weren't for this proposal?
I think it would probably stay the same. I don't as an individual make that choice, so I probably could try to get back to you on if we had a sense either way.
Anyone else? Anything else from you, Rachel?
I don't think so.
All right, thank you. Applicant rebuttal.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, I'm going to try to be short, but I think there are several things that we need to point out. Number one, the access management policy, as Danae said earlier, is a policy which was devised years after this area, this arterial street was built and after the commercial area to the south was built. And it's trying to force the square peg of a new standard into the round hole of pre-existing development. The signal at 20th Street, as I understand it, is warranted today. It doesn't need any more traffic to be warranted today. The signal at 16th Street may be warranted with the Costco study or with the Costco construction, and we probably do need to do some additional looking at that to determine whether that's the case. But regardless, it is important to maintain decent access to the property to the south as well as to the Costco site. As to traffic generally, you heard your city traffic engineer stand here and tell you that it's likely that a mirror image project of what's on the south side, if built on the north side, would result in something like a 40% increase in trips over what you're seeing in this project. This land is now surplus to the cemetery and it will get developed. Whether it's this project or another, it's going to generate some traffic and it's going to have some standards that apply to it. Hopefully, not the completely arbitrary and capricious imposition of standards which don't exist anywhere in the code, namely the landscape standards and some of the other things that we've been asked to do with respect to the building itself. Those things are not part of our Lincoln regulations or design standards. They are simply arbitrary exactions that have come out of the minds of planners as they ruminate over what likely recommendations they want to put on this project. Those things cost money. This is a project which is predicated on the idea of supplying goods and services to people at the lowest possible price in a building which is a relatively utilitarian structure, not designed to be a monument to their architect. And we need to be able to keep the cost within reason here, and that's why we've asked you to make most of these changes. That with the traffic information pretty well sums up what we've asked you to do. And with respect to the property to the northeast, which is vacant and has, the nearest house is 600 feet away, remember? Those other houses that Steve pointed to are some long distance beyond that. And the intervening property is going to be zoned residential. And if the cemetery decides to surplus that property, it will be developed with houses that will be in between the existing houses and the Costco project site. And so to the extent that we're trying to screen away from people that are, I don't know, a quarter of a mile away or more, it seems to me that the standard is a little excessive. I'd try to answer any questions.
Any questions?
I have a couple. What are the applicant's plans for lots 2 through 4?
Those lots are being retained by the cemetery for sale to developers of commercial sites. And I think it was mentioned that, I think, as I recall, we have the total square footage that's permitted under this application is something like 199,000. About 147,000 or so is in the Costco building. Something like 20,000 is allocated to the existing funeral home, and the balance is divided among the remaining 4 lots. So around, if my math was correct, around 5,000 square feet per each of those lots, which would accommodate a nice standalone retail building, a restaurant, or something of that nature.
And so really Lincoln Memorial will control those 3 lots still?
They will own those 3 lots, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, those are already listed for sale.
How long is construction slated to last if Costco is approved?
Well, I don't know exactly from the date that you approve this, but I've been told that it takes anywhere from 2 to 6 weeks to grade the site, and upon certification of the site being ready for construction, it will open 110 days later.
So the planning staff says that these amendments are not acceptable. If this was approved without these amendments, how would the Costco folks stand?
I think that's probably a question better answered by either Ted or Brian. I think we've had a lot of discussion about it. These are serious cost items that affect the ability of a project like this to be successful.
I think that it's difficult for me to answer the question directly. We'd have to reevaluate. I mean, there's so many different aspects to the project here. There's cost issues, and then there's feasibility issues relative to being able to get members in and out and for the project to flow correctly. So we could walk through the various points, and I could give you my opinion on each and every one, but we'd have to reevaluate it, is the answer.
Great. Any other questions for? Okay. We've got one item. All right, I guess we have 3 items.
We can do these, yeah, we have to
We
do
need to do
separate.
3.
Okay. Call item 5.2A, Comprehensive Plan Amendment Number 16004, to revise the future land use map in the 2040 Lincoln Lancaster County Comprehensive Plan from public and semi-public and residential urban density designations to commercial designation on approximately 34.38 acres, more or less generally located at the northeast corner of South 14th Street and Pine Lake Road. Staff recommendation is for approval.
Entertain a motion.
Move approval, Core.
Second last.
I'll talk, can I talk? Or do you want
I
to talk
I
about all
think what
three at
we'll-
once?
We'll talk about all three of them, if everybody's okay with that, all three of them combined. Is that all right?
Sure.
Okay, sure, go ahead.
When I think about this project, one thing that I consider, or kind of where I started my thinking process, is that there's commercial already on the south side of this street. And so it makes sense to me to put commercial on the opposite side. And from there, I kind of go from, is it appropriate then to have a large, big box store like Costco in that location? And so, you know, in my mind, I know that's a crazy place to be. No one really wants to be there. You know, that's kind of why I asked the question, if it's the same, if it's developed the same as what's on the south side now, what's going to happen to traffic patterns, to all this other stuff we've been talking about tonight, if it's mirrored on the opposite side? And so it's interesting to me that if we did something similar on the north side, that would actually have a larger impact on traffic, and I don't think that that's what the neighborhood wants. To kind of go on to another aspect of this project, Costco says that they don't want to be on the edge, that they want to be in this location, and they're adamant that they've looked at other places and nothing works. They don't want to be, you know, some locations that pop into my mind in our city that need some redevelopment is the old Anderson Ford lot by Gateway Mall. There's plenty of locations, but Costco isn't willing to move there. But one of the things that if you want to be in this location, if you want to be an infill project, you have to be willing to screen and work with the neighbors that are already there, because we tend to give precedence to people that were there first. So if you don't want to work with that, maybe go over somewhere on Yankee Hill Road that doesn't have some of those things right now, so you don't have to do the screening, because then you're there first. So you got to kind of give and take between these two things. And then I want to talk a little bit about the B2 designation. I'm fine with B2 because it's mirrored across the other side. I'd also be fine with residential because that's kind of what this was planned for a long time ago. But when I say B2, I see that's designed to serve a neighborhood, and I'm not sure a Costco is designed to serve just a neighborhood, because I see people all from southeast Nebraska are going to be coming to this. This is going to be a destination. And in fact, I've had people tell me that they live in North Lincoln. They will drive to the Costco in Omaha instead of coming to the Costco in South Lincoln. So I have a hard time saying, I'm kind of circling back around here, that Costco wouldn't be successful in one of these other locations, hence the old Anderson Ford location. So I'm kind of in a quandary here, and I'm interested to see what my fellow commissioners have to say.
I'll go. Oh, can I go? Should we just go down the line?
Sure.
Yeah, let's do
You
that.
bet.
Okay. Well, since we're talking about the item 5.2A, but we want to give our opinions or talk about all three, I'll just go in order. I have a hard time rationally not supporting the comp plan amendment. That to me is something that I will support. The same thing with the change of zone. I think that with the proximity of B2 across Pine Lake Road, it would be really difficult from a rational standpoint to say that this should not be zoned B2 or couldn't be zoned B2. The issue that I have is similar to Tracy. I'll say it a different way. With the permit, as Mark said at one point about something else, about a square peg trying to be fitted into a round hole, this building, because of its scale and mass, is a square peg that we're trying to fit into a round hole in this location. We can disagree about the significance of architecture, but we have a high school and a middle school bracketing this site. This site shouldn't support a warehouse-looking building, and I know that's the business model, but the architecture, the design standards that the planning staff, the planning department are asking us to consider, I think are very significant for this. It's a what a Costco building is a utilitarian structure, but there aren't utilitarian structures around it. So for me, the big question mark here is, can we get a square peg to be more of a round peg that fits in this location? So when we get to it, I'm going to be very adamant that we work with the conditions. I think it's really important. I think the screening's important. I think the architectural design standards are very important for this particular site. So that's where I am.
Thank you.
Oh, do you want?
No, I'll go ahead. Or you go ahead.
Okay, I'll go ahead. I've really struggled and gone back and forth in my mind with this entire development, because usually when we're talking about a commercial development in a more residential area, it's part of a CUP or a PUD where there's been a commercial pad site. So everybody that has bought and invested in the area knows exactly what to be expecting. And so I don't want to say lack of sympathy for the neighbors usually when they're unhappy about a commercial development, because I do have some sympathy for them. But here, there's really not that type of notice that this is going to be a commercial development, because, this has been in the comp plan as public or semi-public, which, you know what I mean, means schools, parks, open spaces, and it's also been zoned agricultural. So we don't have the automatic notice, hey, sorry, too bad, you should have known that that was what was going in there when you decided to live in your neighborhood. That said, I recognize that things are subject to change, and that the funeral home no longer wants this property, and that the likelihood that it will not be developed is very slim. So then the question to me becomes, should this be Costco? And I also share some concerns about this being the only possible site for a Costco in Lincoln. I think, that lovely roundabout out on West Denton Road was built for this type of development, and I struggle, but I'm going to take you at your word that this is where you want to be and this is where you need to be, and those other sites are not acceptable for you. So then the question becomes, all right, it's probably going to develop, it probably should develop. What do we want that to look at like? And the fact that the same sort of commercial development that is to the south would actually generate more traffic problems is really kind of a deciding factor for me that this should probably be the Costco project. But that said, Mark, I'm sorry, I'm a fan of snazzy design standards. Especially in this type of neighborhood where right behind that there's been substantial investments in beautiful homes. It's a beautiful area to live. It's, the funeral home is excellent. I think in order to have that site, you're gonna have to live with the design standards and the landscaping that the planning staff has recommended. And I support our traffic engineer's assessment of the traffic management that needs to go in there, and I don't think we should change that just because we maybe haven't been as smart in the past. So
Right.
those are my thoughts.
I agree with previous speakers, and I think that the assessment that an alternative development that would go in there is more similar to what's to the south would generate potentially even more traffic sways me to some extent. But I also agree that this is a part of town that has significant public investment, and I don't just mean dollars, but you know, our kids, our YMCA, our library, and I think there are ways to avoid these extra costs, and they are, quite frankly, to go to a different location. If Costco wants to be in this treasured location because of our kids, I think it's reasonable, and also with respect to the residential homeowners, I think it's reasonable to impose some conditions. I would feel a lot more comfortable if we could agree on the access points and traffic here. And if this passes and goes forward today, I would urge the applicant and planning and to put something to the council where we can agree on what is going to be best for this area of Lincoln. I guess that's my comments.
Thanks, Maya. I'm not going to vote for this one, or if the others come forward as proposed, I'm not going to vote for those. I think it's very short-sighted on Costco's part to cram a large business into a high-traffic area like we have right now. I think that you're looking for population density here, but the fact is, in Lincoln, it's all more about access. And you could have access at Highway 77 in Warlick much easier than you could have right here. The people of Central Lincoln, the people of North Lincoln, the people of East Lincoln are going to have a much easier time getting to Highway 77 in Warlick than they would getting to this location. And you're going to have people going up to Omaha instead. I'm not sure about the traffic studies. I challenge them. I cannot believe that there are 14,000 cars per day going into the south. You know, I'm not an expert in this, but that would be very, very hard for me to understand. This is a regional center, and it's crammed into an area that it does not make sense. And for that, I'm going to vote against this. Jerry, please call the vote.
Okay, this is for approval of the Comprehensive Plan Amendment number 16004. Core?
Yes.
Harris?
Yes.
Lust?
Yes.
Shear?
Yes.
Hove?
No.
Okay, motion failed due to the lack of 5 affirmative votes, and this will be carried over to the November 30th regular meeting. Do you want continued public hearing?
You want?
No.
Nope.
Okay, so it'll be closed to public hearing. Clarification only.
Yes. Do we have a motion for that?
I move to carry over till the November 30th, 2016 meeting with closed testimony.
Second.
Jerry, please call the vote.
Okay. Core?
Yes.
Harris?
Yes.
Lust?
Yes.
Shear?
Yes.
Hove?
Yes.
Motion carried, 5-0. Next item is item 5.2B, change of zone number 16030 from AG Agricultural District to B2 Planned Neighborhood Business District, from AG Agricultural District to R1 Residential District, and from R1 Residential District to B2 Planned Neighborhood Business District on property generally located on the northeast corner of South 14th and Pine Lake Road. Staff recommendation is for conditional approval.
Move approval.
Second, Core.
Jerry, please call the vote.
Okay, Core?
Yes.
Harris?
Yes.
Lust?
Yes.
Shear,
Yes.
Hove.
No.
Motion failed due to the lack of 5 affirmative votes. We'll carry this over to the regular meeting on November 30th. Again, we'll have for testimony closed and clarification purposes only.
Have a motion for that?
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Jerry, please call the vote.
Okay, Core,
Yes.
Harris,
Yes.
Lust,
Yes.
Weber, or I'm sorry, it's been a long day. Shear,
Yes.
Hove.
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0. Okay. The last item is item 5.2C, use permit number 16009 to allow up to 177,000 square feet of new commercial floor area, including a retail warehouse and motorized vehicle fuel facility on property generally located at the northeast corner of South 14th Street and Pine Lake Road. This is final action by the Planning Commission unless appealed to the city clerk within 14 days. Staff recommendation is for conditional approval.
Can I ask a procedural question?
Sure.
So if our vote is the same result as the last two, is this still carried over to the November 30th meeting?
That would be correct.
Okay, thank you.
I'll move approval with all conditions.
Conditions of the applicant or conditions
Conditions of the staff.
of the staff? Yeah. Great.
Second, Core.
So based on staff recommendation?
Yes, staff recommendation.
Jerry, please call the vote.
Core,
Yes.
Harris,
Yes.
Lust,
Yes.
Shear,
Yes.
Hove.
No.
Motion failed for lack of 5 affirmative votes. This will be carried over to the next regular meeting on November 30th with closed testimony and for clarification purposes only.
So moved.
Second.
Please call the vote.
Yes.
Harris,
Yes.
Lust,
Yes.
Shear,
Yes.
Hove.
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0.
At this time, anyone wishing to speak on an item not on the agenda may do so. We're adjourned.